Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be across the planet, around the world. I'm Gregg Prescott from In5D, and it's Friday night. You're tuned into another episode of Spirit Chat. It's an open forum that we have here on In5D via Zoom, where you can join me live, talk about anything spiritual, or you can watch on YouTube as we're simulcasting live on YouTube as well. And in the YouTube chat, the live chat, there's a link where you can join us right here in Zoom. So click that link, follow the pop-up, and you'll automatically be joining us on Zoom. You have to do that one time, okay? This Zoom link. And then after that, you automatically just come right in. So, one-time deal. You can do it. So yesterday, obviously I'm in Facebook jail again. I got booted from Facebook yesterday, kicked me off. What I did was I had an article that I shared. It was about, I think it was the time anomalies. I was sharing that video. The link was for my website. And I put it on my personal Facebook page. And because I got booted, kicked off Facebook a week ago, I thought it was for maybe copying and pasting that link too quickly to my other pages. So I waited and I copied and pasted that to one page, one of my personal pages. And I waited and I did the same thing for my second page. And that's when they kicked me off. I'm like, what the? So what I'll do though, I'll let you guys know, this is what comes up when you're about to get kicked off Facebook. But it's like many people have said, it's a badge of courage, I guess, an honor badge, if nothing else, for what it really boiled down to actually is what they don't like is that we're sending people away from Facebook. And what they're doing is they're categorizing people into you're either conservative, Republican, or Democrat, leftist, and I'm neither. But, I do follow Q, and I do think that Trump's doing a good job. You're going to be put into one of those categories, whether you think you are or not. And now, had I been putting out some anti-Trump rhetoric, sending people away from Facebook to see that would be fine, I'm sure. But because, it's something that's awakening people, it's something that is getting people to see through this illusion that we're in, to question everything. They don't want that. They want people staying on Facebook so you can click their ads and they can make money. Okay. So anyway, what I was getting to, and I'll do a screen share on this. I posted this on Twitter. Posted this on Twitter. So the first thing I got was just a few more steps before you log in. We noticed suspicious activity on your account. To get back to Facebook, we need you to provide some info. So I clicked continue and this screen came up. Help us confirm it's you, a security check. So I check the I'm not a robot. And then I get this one, upload a photo of yourself, which I do. And I choose the photo and I upload it. And then they kick me off of Facebook, right? So got kicked off of Facebook again. And well, it's been 24 hours. So I since have been let back on, but I can't post any links, any outgoing links, obviously, because they don't want us having people leaving Facebook to go elsewhere, especially to a website that's telling the truth and is questioning everything. Matter of fact, if I was doing a Facebook Live, I guarantee that live would be cut off right now. So If you haven't heard it yet today, I love you. Okay? Let that sit in. I love you. There's not enough love going around this world. So if you haven't heard it yet today, I love you. You are loved. What I also love are these t-shirts that I'm like the one I'm wearing right now. This is freaking, I love this shirt. But I have In5D Quantum tie-dye, and these shirts just kick butt, loaded with amazing, amazing energy. All the dye I have when I make these shirts uses the 99.9% quartz crystal sand from here in Siesta Key, and positive thoughts and intentions, ho'oponopono, everything's put into these shirts. And you order them today, I mail them out tomorrow. You get them really quick, especially here in the States. Overseas might take 7 to 14 days, depending on customs, but here in the States, usually within 4 days. So yeah, check them out at in5d.net. Also, I want to encourage you guys to help support us here at In5D on Patreon. So just go to patreon.com/In5D. And even at the 111 level, for example, when I get booted from Facebook, like today, and I'm unable to post a link, I will post the links here on Patreon where you can find us. And, you know, for the links for Zoom. So at 111, you can find that there. You also get your name listed on the In5D Patreon wall of eternal gratitude. And you also get, you can comment and interact on these videos that we're doing right here on Zoom and on YouTube. At the 555 level, you get everything I just mentioned, plus ad-free articles and the Insiders Club private chat. So that happens on the first Wednesday of every month. And it's just whoever shows up, that's it. This is not publicized. This is stuff that I'm not going to say out in public. Our last one was on the Outsiders, which was a fascinating chat that we had. I got another one coming up the first Wednesday of next month. And then at the 1111 tier, we have everything that I mentioned, plus the Afterthoughts video, which I did earlier this month on fruitarianism, and the exclusive mid-month energy report, which I'll be doing tomorrow or the next day somewhere here. It's coming up, mid-month energy report. So yeah, and then there's all sorts of, there's like 6 other levels as well. But you know, anything is greatly appreciated because it helps pay for my server. And it also helps pay for this Zoom platform that we're using to do these kind of chats. So yeah, this shirt, I love this shirt. This is an ice dye, right? An ice dye is what, well, I on this one, I'll do a spiral fold, and then I'll put the Siesta Key sand on top of the spiral fold, just sprinkle it on. Then I sprinkle on the dye in various places. Ice dyes will, you'll never, well, any tie dye, but especially ice dyes, you'll never get 2 of the same shirts, period. But they just look so dramatic and cool. So what I'm thinking about doing, I'm probably going to be doing a nice dye of the regular t-shirts instead of, you know, like this muscle shirt, because I want a regular t-shirt also on cooler days here in Florida. But I don't have one yet of the ice dye, cotton candy ice dye. So I think I'm going to do one of the cotton candy ice dyes for all the shirt sizes. That's the next thing I'll be working on the In5D tie-dye shop. So, you know, I interviewed Andy Monks, and this past Monday and the week before that, and I admitted I was bad. I had pizza, and it was yummy, and I don't regret it. But since then, I've gone back to the fruitarian diet and have been doing really well. When I started this diet, I was at 222, nice round number, right? And now I'm down to 213. I've lost 9 pounds overall, which is great. So you can lose weight quickly. It's great for detoxing also. You can detoxify the body quickly through fruitarian diets. So I'm totally digging it. The problem is that I get these cravings. Like one of my cravings, I'm craving, and I have a box of this up in my kitchen. I have this organic rotili pasta. I was talking about how in Italy the other day, they're generally not obese over there because they don't have GMO wheat. They're eating organic wheat there. So they can eat pasta and bread and not put the weight on that we do here in the States. So I've got this organic pasta, rotili pasta, and I like making my own meat sauce, and that I'm going to make a burger meat sauce going into it at some point. I'm not sure when that's going to be. Maybe I'll celebrate going down to 210. If I lose like another 3 pounds, I can have that. I'm not going to kill myself, literally, on this diet. I'm going to eat things that I enjoy eating. I'm going to lose the amount of weight that I want to lose. Ideally, I want to get down to around 190. So I've got about 23 pounds to go, and I can do it. And I'm doing it quickly. I'm going to get that beach body back sooner than later. Problem is that you keep getting tempted by certain things, and that was one of the latest things that I was getting tempted by. Another thing was that I was just surfing the internet on Facebook once I finally got back on today, and a friend of mine had this on her Facebook page, and I clicked the link and it took me to this page from ABC Action News of all places, but it says all Publix. Publix is a grocery store here in the South. All Publix subs on sale for $5.99 next week. And that's any sub, including the Publix chicken tender sub, which is normally $8.99. But it starts on February 20th through Sunday, February 23rd. I'm thinking, man, I've never had that Publix chicken tender sub, but man, that sounds good. And I'm thinking, while I'm there, geez, I think a mixed meat, an Italian one, like an Italian sub would be great too. So it's horrible. I shouldn't be doing this. I shouldn't be thinking this either. But you get those food cravings. So anyone that's been on a diet has had those kind of food cravings. And you know exactly what I'm talking about. See, Tracy, one of my moderators, T Light, and YouTube, she's doing this diet. And are you having those kind of cravings? Are you having any cravings, Trace? Like I am? Because I sure am having them. So, all right, so let's get off of that because I'm thinking about food. But I've been good, and I've been sticking to the diet. Today I've had 4 bananas, and then I juiced 6 Valencia oranges. That was yummy. And honestly, I'm really not hungry, but when I think about that stuff, I'm like, I could make room for a Publix chicken tender sub. Or some of that pizza that I would make with the homemade sauce. Yeah. Oh, that super berries. Okay. Yeah. Heather said, I had those cravings and gave into them the first week. I did too. I had that pizza, but I still lost weight that first week, and I'm continuing on to lose weight. quick shout out to Carolyn Ryan, who just bought a t-shirt. Thank you. But yeah, it's okay to have those cravings, and it's okay to go off your diet, right? It's like I said about smoking. If you smoke cigarettes and you feel like having a cigarette, but you're able to wait 4 or 5 hours before you light up that cigarette, that's 4 or 5 hours that your body went without having that cigarette, where you normally would have had that one, you know. So do the best you can. Right now, more than ever, it's really, really important to get off of our addictions. That's why I had that heart attack. The universe had to kick me in the ass. You're not getting it, Greg. Here's a heart attack. Get off your addictions. Mine was smoking mainly, and also that protein diet. I was on the protein diet, and it just was not the right thing.
Hi, Greg.
Hi.
Hi. Megan,
Hi.
come on. No, Megan is out of the building. This is my friend Megan. She doesn't feel like being on camera. No, I'm here.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Are you guys interested in trying the fruitarian diet?
We need to try something because what we're doing isn't working. So
Yeah.
back to you.
Well, I've tried, I was telling your mom about this. I was doing the protein diet, and I lost 30 pounds in 3 months quickly, but it's not the healthiest diet to do. So it's great for losing weight quickly, but man, I ended up having a heart attack. So you don't want to do that kind of diet. So anyway, you'll figure out whatever is comfortable and best for you. But I recommend.
I heard you fried a banana.
Yeah, that was yummy.
I bet. It sounds delicious.
I fried it in avocado oil, which is a medium chain saturated fat. So you're actually losing weight when you use avocado oil. But it was good. Little cinnamon or nutmeg on it. Good to go.
What was that? What happened? What did you say? Oh, I eat a lot of pasta. I need to stop. So maybe like a banana pasta.
Banana pasta? Banana pasta? Does that go together?
Haven't you ever seen the movie Elf?
Yeah.
With the maple syrup and the spaghetti.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Compared to maple.
Right. I saw that.
Yeah. Okay. They're done.
Okay. So, yeah, that's all about cravings right now, and getting over addictions, whether those addictions are food, sugar, aspartame, smoking, drugs. There's a lot of addictions going on out there that we're all working on. Everyone's got something that we're working on. It could just be horrible food that people are, eating lots of. So, you just be cognizant of, what you're putting in your body, and try to do the best that you can when it comes down to watching out for your body. Okay. So another thing I want to share with you guys, this is really interesting. Let me go to a screen share on this one too. I was on this web page on Facebook a few days ago before I got kicked off, but I'm back on, obviously. So this is a ghost sign right here. A ghost sign is an old hand-painted advertising sign that has been preserved on a building for an extended period of time. This is from like the early 1900s right here. And this is from my hometown in upstate New York. I currently live in Sarasota, right? Ceresara. When I dream, most of my dreams have me back in upstate New York. Go figure, huh? So I thought that was pretty cool. It never clicked, though, with me to see that sign that's been there all my life and much longer a sign that says Sarasota in upstate New York. So I find it really interesting that, I've been having these dreams ever since I was a kid, or excuse me, this affinity ever since I was a kid living in upstate New York to palm trees and the ocean. I've told you guys this story. One night I eventually met my spirit guide, and she introduced herself. She goes, "Hi, my name's Tamara. I'm your spirit guide. And I can ask her anything." And I end up repeating her name over and over and over again, Tamara, 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 so many times that I ended up waking myself up out of the dream. So here it is, like 3 o'clock in the morning. Every name means something. I look up the name Tamara, and it means palm tree. And here we have that Sarasota sign in my hometown in upstate New York, just pointing me, and I think everybody, this gotta be happening to everyone, where there's literally these signs that you get that are guiding us every day. So, earlier today I was at the beach, and I don't know if you guys are noticing time loops that are going on, but I'm at the beach, right? And I go out there and I do my walk of gratitude. And then I play this bocce ball. And then I'm playing guitar at the beach. And it must have been about a month ago that I'm playing the guitar, and this guy's walking with his daughter, and his daughter stops and just starts dancing in front of me while I'm playing my guitar. And it was just so cute to see and watch. I'm smiling at her. She's smiling back. Today, same thing happens. This girl's about the same height, same size, same age, stops and starts dancing in front of me, smiling. I'm smiling at her. She's smiling back, so it was really cool to see. But as I mentioned, like with that Sarasota sign, CERE, soda flower sign, noticing things that are going on in our life. And this time, what I'm noticing was a time loop. So is anyone noticing time loops going on? One other thing too, this is pretty interesting. I never thought about this, but my ex-wife mentioned this when I told her about it. That's my ex-wife right there, Bella. But I was telling her about this Sarasota flower. And the reason I'm down here was because here she is, me and my ex-wife and my daughter. But her and her grandmother on her father's side is from Sarasota. And she called me up one time when I was married to my second wife, Jody. And she said, "What would you and Jody think about moving to Florida?" I'm like, "Hell yeah." I talked it over with Jody. She's like, yeah, let's do it. So we all packed up and moved down here. So, really, it was my ex-wife, Bella, that got me here to Sarasota. And she's actually the one that introduced me to The Secret. So I was going to pick up my daughter, and my daughter was running a little late. And that's when Bella said, "Hey, would you like to, have you ever checked out the trailer to The Secret?" I'm like, "No." And she's like, "Check it out. Come on in." So I did. I checked it out, blew me away. Next thing I know, Britt and I are back. My daughter and I are back to my house, and I'm ordering The Secret. Got it a few days later, changed my life forever. If it wasn't for The Secret, we wouldn't be chatting right now. We wouldn't, this whole format wouldn't be happening. There would be no In5D. So, thank you, Amy. Thank you, Brittany. Thank you, Bella. Thank you, Sarasota. But, oh yeah, that flower thing too. That's one thing I wanted to, she was the one that brought this part up. She's like, Sarasota, flower, but as in flower, just like Sarasota is not spelled correctly. What if flower is not spelled correctly? Maybe it means flower, like lotus flower or flower of life, right? So just stuff to ponder, cool things to think about. So, before I got to the beach, when I go to the beach, sometimes I go to beach access 12, and there's only like 20 parking spots at beach access 12. And there happened to be a car in front of me, and I'm thinking, okay, that's no big deal. I'll wait it out. So I'm just sitting there and I'm waiting. And shortly after that, some woman comes out and goes into her car, and the person in front of me takes that spot. But right after that, another person came out and pulled out. And so I had to wait for that person to come back through so I could go to that spot. She stops as she's pulling out. She stops right next to me. She rolls her window down. She goes, "You're getting the best spot in the parking lot." I'm like, "Of course I am," because I already had manifested that. And it was the spot closest to the beach. And, I always think about that. But it was just funny that this time she actually rolled her. I'm doing this as if we have handles that we roll windows down with anymore. Nobody has that. But she rolled her window down and told me, "You're getting the best spot." Thank you. Thank you, universe. So yeah, I knew it. The last thing I want to cover before I just open up the room is a dream that I had last night. And before I get into that, just want to give a shout out to everyone that's joined us here on Friday evening. We're having our own little party here on YouTube. So we have Gary and Mary, Aquino, Willow, Rhonda, Aaron, Karen, Thomas, Trace, Propus. I think I said Rhonda already, Gary, Louise, Shannon, a lot of people hanging out there, and everybody that's joined us here in Zoom, including Desiree and Gary, Geraldine, Karen, Kimmy, Rob, Sarah, Simone, or Simon, Simone, probably Simone. So thank you all for joining me, and I'll be opening up the chat room here shortly. The last thing I want to cover is a dream that I had last night. So yeah, I'm from upstate New York, right? We all know this. I was born and raised in the Catskill Mountains, and have this affinity to Florida and this and that. We all know that. But most of my dreams, I'm going back to upstate New York. Probably 85-90% of my dreams, I'm back in upstate New York. So last night, I'm in my hometown, and I'm only like maybe less than a mile from my parents' house. My parents used to live on Crescent Moon Terrace, Crescent Moon, if you look at the etymology. Interesting. But I was less than a mile from my parents' house, and I was going down the street called East Street, and there was a cardinal that was flying next to me. And this cardinal and I were like a red cardinal. We were like best friends, and I could hold my hand out and we'd just fly on it. And I'd run and it'd follow me, and I'd stop and I'd follow this cardinal, and we were just like interacting with each other. And it was such a beautiful dream, to be best friends with a cardinal, with a bird, right? A red cardinal, of course. Anyone that has read or knows anything about Dolores Cannon, that's the symbol for Dolores Cannon. She is the red cardinal. And hey, Phil, thank you once again. You are not alone on Valentine's Day. Remember, Mother Earth, love you. Thank you, brother. But yeah, that red cardinal is the sign. When Dolores does her inductions to put you for QHHT, to put you into that, I forgot what it was called, something hypnagogic state, somnambulistic or something like that. Can't remember specifically what it's called, but to get you into that state, she does this this reading where she tells you to think of a red bird. Of course, what red bird are you going to think of? You're going to think of that cardinal. Everyone knows that that's the sign of Dolores Cannon. So I was wondering, was that Dolores that visited me? Well, it could be, but I also did a little research on the symbolism of a red bird, and this was pretty cool. Red feathers of passion. Fiery, bright red cardinal's feathers represent the boldness and passion this little bird carries within. Red color is universally interpreted as the color of life and energy, since it is the color of blood and fire. Red is the color of love, passion, and devotion. Therefore, a red bird represents the same. Inner guidance and hope. Unlike migratory birds, red cardinals do not go away for the winter. Instead, they stay to sing songs during the frosty, cold winter days, painting the scenery with their beautiful feathers. They represent the warmth, the life, and energy. A cardinal may symbolize the fire of life that burns within our souls, even in the darkest and coldest of times. It reminds us that we need to stay strong and positive throughout difficult periods in our life, just as the red bird endures the cold winter days. And for love and devotion, the cardinal symbolizes family life and good family relations. Those amazing birds are committed to their families, which is true. My daughter, I'd do anything for. And my parents and my sisters too. It may also symbolize renewal of passion in an existing relationship. Good fortune bringers. To see or dream about red cardinals is usually a good omen. This is one particularly interesting Native American belief about red cardinals and the number 12. And if the cardinal is your animal totem, it's very positive and enlightening. It'll help you improve yourself and gently shape the edges around your soul. So that was pretty in-depth, and I really appreciate that article. This one's much quicker and shorter. Know as the cardinal, red birds are the symbol of a powerful forces at work in your life. When you see a cardinal, it is an indication that you should be clear about your intentions. You can only know where you're going in life if you are clear about what you want. You need clarity, or you might take the wrong steps. Cardinal could be a sign that you should pay attention to your thoughts and desires, which we all should be doing right now, because thoughts and intentions are manifesting quicker than ever. So that was pretty much that. There's a few more others that I could get into, but I'm not going to. But I just found that so profound, that having that dream and the feeling of being with that cardinal and being best friends with it, it was just beautiful. You know, to have that connection with something that beautiful, and knowing and playing and interacting with it, it was very, very powerful. So, with that said, I'm unmuting the chat room.
God.
You guys are all
I'm gonna do this.
You're all live on Spear. You want to join in? More than welcome.
There we go. Okay.
Hey, Greg.
Hi, Desiree. How are you?
Good. So when you're talking about a cardinal, every day I feed cardinals. Every day I see the same couple that is, the couple cardinals, because they mate for life, or, sometimes there's once in a blue moon, there's one male that goes and cheats on the female, but.
Oh my.
But I actually feed them every single day. And there's this one couple that comes over, and, to me, it resembles the ancestral love that someone, whoever's passed away, has come to visit you and send you a personal message saying everything's going to be okay. Or sometimes it's a confirmation of whatever you're thinking at that moment. For me personally, because sometimes I'll be thinking something like, oh, maybe it's so this has been on my mind for a long time, and then all of a sudden, like, they pop up, and I'm like, well, hello. And then, I whistle to them. They have many mimics they actually go around and mimic other birds, so they can keep those certain birds away. So I like to study birds. And so birds are like, my family. So,
my ex-wife would do the same thing. She was feeding the cardinals in upstate New York. And she said she had to stop doing that because the chickadees and the sparrows and stuff would also feed off the same feed that she was feeding the cardinals. And what would happen is they would end up building nests inside of her chimney, which is not a good thing. Yeah. So just be careful with that if you have a fireplace and or a chimney.
I live in an apartment, so I don't have chimneys or anything, but
Great.
They actually they're very territorial. They scare the other birds away. So, and there's hawks around here and lots of huge barred owls. So they're very cool. So yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I
that's really-
appreciate
love-
that
Yeah, I
insight.
love red
on,
out. And when you're talking about think of the red bird, it also reminded me of like a red phoenix too, like you're rising from the ashes too. So yeah,
Yeah,
cool
awesome.
confirmations, cool little synchronicities that are happening here.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's so important to pay attention to those things, because everyone's getting the signs that I'm talking about every day. Everyone's getting them, whatever, and it's how you interpret them. And it's not going to be the same signs that we all get, obviously,
Mhm.
but everyone's getting their own signs. So pay attention to those little things. It might be something as simple as, the change you get back shopping, or a license plate on a car that goes by that you just happen to notice. You add up the numbers and see what that comes to. Little things. Everyone's getting these signs, literal signs. I had that sign in my hometown in upstate New York. I didn't notice that sign in the 40 some odd years that I lived in upstate New York. I mean, I noticed it and I saw it, but I never thought of that actually being Sarasota, Florida, with it being spelled
Yeah.
that way. So it just blew my mind. So anyway, we are open here. Anyone can jump in. This is an open chat. So
I'm sitting here talking to myself, forgetting that I'm on.
Hi, Simone.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm sitting here in Acapulco now. I'm
Okay.
here at Anarchapulco at the big anarchist conference. I just came in for a break and turned on the computer and saw you were there. I said, I get a break from this. That's sometimes. So yeah,
Nice.
those signs all the time. There's always signs. I walked out on the balcony and my plant, I call it my plant. It's a plant that just shows up like when I'm in the right place. It's a dwarf umbrella tree. And this is the Goldfinger one. Also, the wall is painted. They're doing my apartment in Guatemala. They're painting it. They're redoing the floor. And the wall color is the same color as my floor is going to be. And I love it. It's a sage color. So I was like, okay, just a little confirmation that, you're in the right place, pay attention. And I've already had a couple of really cool and not so cool synchronicities a few days that I've been here. Lighted up in a women's circle, which had no idea it was happening. It was just the way that I got to it was just amazing. And I don't know. I live in this world, I just kind of pay attention to the signs. I went out and got all pissed off, because shit wasn't the way it was supposed to be. And then, well, that's because I was going to this women's circle. And anyway, yeah.
It's hard to look at life,
That Cardinal Association was really cool when you said Dolores Cannon, because just before I came last week, and I'm guessing they're migrating, but I did see a red cardinal almost flew into my window. And they're in Guatemala. And of course I paid attention to it, but I had no idea about the association with Dolores Cannon, who
yes, that's part of
respect for.
That's part of the script that as QHHT practitioners, and I think that beyond quantum healing practitioners use as well, envision a red bird, right? And of course that's going to be the first thing that most people envision. So
I saw them a lot in where I lived in Hawaii too. They're not all red, but they're cardinals. They have red on them and some.
The males are
black
red.
and white.
Yeah.
Right, the males are. But even there, even in Hawaii, the male is not like entirely red, like the red cardinals we have in the United States. They're a little bit different, but still, it's a cardinal. They're red, but there's some black and white on them. But I saw them all the time, so
yeah,
I find that cool.
Yeah, it's hard to look at life once you start observing and seeing all these signs and synchronicities going on around you, that it's hard to go back to what we were before we were awakened.
I tried. It gets hard. It gets really hard. Well, it did in the beginning. In the beginning, it was like, and again, it comes with responsibility, but now I'm also realizing I'm not responsible for anyone but me, but in my responsibility to myself, I'm responsible for the world in this, in a higher level, of course, in a more of a metaphysical, you know, because we're all connected, we're all one, we're all, you know, we're reflecting back to each other. It's quite this miraculous little flow of events. And I got the ocean right out here. It's so awesome. I'm gonna go walk down there. And
Well, we're
hi.
reflecting back to each other as well as ourselves. And ultimately, maybe that's all we're doing is reflecting back to ourselves in the biggest
Well,
picture.
you know, my Kabbalah studies, we're taught there is none else besides him. Like when I'm looking at you, I am looking at Creator.
Yeah.
You know, I
I
am
am-
looking at perfection. I'm looking at that ultimate Ein Sof manifest right here. So I just find that so glorious and so wonderful. You know, just put a whole new, like there's a lot of good things out there. There's so much wonderful, loving things going on that less and less of that other stuff comes across my experience unless I intentionally go out and seek it, you know, on the internet or whatever. But I don't like to do that so much anymore because it doesn't bring me to that super happy place that I like to be. And even though that's, you know, there is crap going on, don't get caught up in, oh, it's all perfect. Don't pay attention to the negative stuff because that shit's real. It's out there. It's influencing. You know, you can't make it go away by not paying attention to it. You can give it less energy, but I see a lot of people like, I don't know. I do know, but yeah, I see a lot of people like not wanting to acknowledge, you know, the ups and the downs. They
See no
only
evil,
wanna,
see no evil. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. It's like they want to, oh, no, don't. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. No. Oh, no, that's not good. That's
Well,
not real.
honestly,
That's false.
all they're saying is I don't want to see those inner shadow aspects of myself. I'm not ready to see that yet.
I spent 6 months or a little over 6 months running the Iron Pentacle last year. Talk about some deep, dark shadow work. But it's, you know, it's good. It's good to see that, you know, and to bring that forward because, you know, they call it the shadow side. I don't know. They call it the shadow side because it's things that we don't want to admit about ourselves. At least that's kind of how I looked at it. But I felt, you know, the more I embraced it and the more I honored it, like, oh, this is a part of who I am, the less it was a bad thing, the more it was like a strength. If I need that part of me, I know it's there, kind of a thing. Because, you know, it's not all fairy dust and unicorns all the time. So sometimes we need to have that badass warrior archetyped in there to draw forth whatever needs to happen at that moment.
Just a quick, somebody here on YouTube is asking if I'm a QHHT practitioner. No, I'm not. But if you go on to In5D, right below the In5D store, there's a link for Learn Beyond Quantum Healing right here. And you can actually save 10% if you use the code In5D10. So click on that and you will find quantum healers such as Allison Coe and of course Candace Crow Goldman, who runs this.
Right.
So check that out if you're interested in beyond quantum healing. So very cool stuff. Oh, one other thing I wanted to mention to you, Simone. As you know, the Maya have a saying in Lakech Alakin, right? Have you heard that in Mexico?
Yes, I have. You know, I have. I just don't remember
I figured.
what it was.
I figured.
All in good time or something like that.
I am another you. You are another me.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. And that's, you know, I've been in this town that I'm in for like 2 years. And, you know, and I say hi to everybody. I'm just a naturally happy person, especially when I'm walking because I'm supposed to be in a wheelchair. So I'm always really happy when I'm walking and I say hello. And now when I'm doing that, it's kind of funny because it's something I might not always say hello, but darn it, the locals are right there to say hola, hola amiga. And it's not hola mujer, it's hello friend. good to see you. Have a good day. And it's just like, it's really nice. It's really nice because not, you know, they're not always embracing the expats, you know, but it feels good to be accepted and liked by the local people because, yeah, I don't know, it just makes me feel good, makes me feel like again, I'm in the right place, and all the signs seem to be, you know, just indicate that. And if they change, I will too.
Of course.
You
It's
know,
paying attention to them.
exactly.
It's funny. In the YouTube chat, Andrea says, Greg looks like an Atlantean god. I think I look
Yeah.
more like Burl Ives. Have a holly jolly Christmas.
No, because you don't look old. It's all that blonde. That's all that sun-bleached hair, yeah?
That looks kind of gray to me, but
No, it would be platinum. You wouldn't get gray hair. That's from stress and
hey,
old
what?
age.
This stuff is itchy. How do you deal with it, Phil? How do you deal with this without scratching and itching?
I scratch it.
There you go, see?
If it itches, I scratch it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I try not to do it on camera though.
How do you deal with it, Kimmy? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. No, No, I'm kidding.
Hey, I did want to say about signs. I'm
Yeah.
going to talk about signs
Okay.
because I went out today because I've been doing these energy blogs, so I've been thinking maybe I ought to check in with Mother Earth and see what she's got to say. And what she had to say today is spring is coming. And I said, oh, really? And what signs of that? And she said, go look at your lilac bush. And it's sure enough, it's starting to bud leaves. So yeah, spring is coming. The light
Where are
is
you?
returning. And I kind of muffled that on my chat there on YouTube. It's because what she was telling me is for those of you that are single and have no lover, go out into the world to a park, hug a tree, sit by a tree, be out in nature, take a walk in nature on Valentine's Day, and she will be your lover.
You're in Alabama, correct?
No, I'm in Washington State.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yes.
So
Wow.
I'm
Is
fairly
this
fairly north.
early spring?
Yeah, it would be a little early for the trees to come out, but I think they're gonna be all right. I hope.
So Kim was just saying earlier today, that she's seeing signs of spring.
Daffodils are up.
Yep. In Tennessee.
I
Yeah.
told you that, guys, a couple weeks ago that it was spring. My plants were sprucing up.
Mhm. Hate to tell you, it's summer here.
Right.
Rub it in, rub it in. No,
And they just had
fair,
a
I
winter.
just got
that
5
summer
inches
in
of
the
snow.
winter. I don't like it.
Yeah, I just got 5 inches of snow.
Yeah, they just
Where
had
are
a
you,
winter storm
Desiree?
warning up in upstate.
I'm in
New York.
Illinois.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only signs of winter I see are on people's pictures and videos, and I'm so happy to see them from my nice
Yes.
springtime. I couldn't handle that white stuff anymore. It's
Today-
great. I loved it. I used to ski, but my disability has gotten to the point now that cold just runs right through me.
Today in upstate New York, they're expecting a high, where I'm from, a high of 15 and a low of -2.
Ooh.
It's supposed to be 13 here tonight in Nashville.
Ugh.
Yeah,
Wow.
we're in northern Michigan. We're in northern Michigan and it got down to what?
-16.
-16.
Oh my God. No.
That's not even
Time to
human.
get
I
the
don't know.
fireplace going.
I spent a winter in Wyoming once. Only
Oh, yeah.
one.
It can get really cold there. I remember working on this is back in my bad old days when I worked in the oil field, and I was out working on a pumping unit, and it was 60 below with the chill factor. It was
Wow.
15 below, and there was about a 40-mile wind.
Yep.
about 15 minutes out working on that sucker. And that's, you had to get back into the truck and get warmed up because it would sap the heat right the hell out of you. Quick, really quick.
It's unbelievable. I don't even, yeah, people live there like year around. It's like unfathomable. And then Montana and Idaho, the same thing. But again, some people thrive in that, and which is great. That, you know, that's that duality thing that we have to have apparently. But, and I used to like it. I did. I used to like it when I could get around in it decent. I used to snow ski. I used to hike. I used to rappel. I used to do all those things before I always say Creator just said, Simone, it's time to slow down. You're missing so much of what's going on around you that boom, we're going to amplify these symptoms and you're going to be just slower now. And I'm cool with it most days.
I'm grateful for everyone that is anchored exactly where they are, you know, whether it is in the Northeast or Tennessee or Washington, Illinois, you know, we're all those beacons of light right now, you know, and this is how we're connecting and lighting up the grid exactly where you are. Everyone's exactly where they need to be right now.
That's true. You can tell the sun's going down here, huh? So it just got darker and darker.
So Phil, you actually made me think about something. You were talking about signs.
Yeah.
The cardinal is actually, in astrology, there's cardinal signs, which I'm a Libra, which is a cardinal sign.
Cardinal sign, yeah.
Yeah, maybe it has something to do with that.
Well, I think there is an association, of course. And then the cardinals in the church and all that too. There's all kinds of cool signs with that. And I broke a crystal today. What does that mean?
Now you have more
The
crystals.
stone is done with you. It did its purpose to help you out.
Now you have
It
twice
did
as
help
many
me. It helped me
crystals.
immensely today. It did. And I was shocked. I was like, wow. I didn't even get upset because stuff happens. There's no reason, but I kind of look at it like, now I have two.
Exactly.
But this one is
Yeah, but I mean, I think as Desiree is correct, that it is an indication that the stone has done, or the crystal has done everything it can for you. So probably what I would recommend is bury it, put it into a stream or something like that, and let it serve another purpose.
I was thinking I was going to take it and place it somewhere on. I mean, I'm at the Princess Mundo. I don't know if anybody knows. This is a huge resort here in Acapulco on the Pacific Ocean, and there's lots of there's people here that aren't into this. But anyway, I figured I would put this put these pieces around somewhere and let somebody else get something out of it.
Yeah, well, I'd say give it back to Mother Earth.
Right.
That's what I do.
Oh, maybe put it on the beach. That's a good idea.
Beach would be excellent.
I think the beach, we're going to do a women's circle on the beach here tonight. So
yeah, healing for the oceans. They really need it. Yeah. I just finished writing a blog and doing an energy vlog also, but I did it what I call the Blue Whale song. Because since yesterday when I did the reading and I didn't have my magnifier with me, so I couldn't read the card. So I could just see that it was the blue whale. So I tapped into what the blue whale had to say. And the first word I got was plastic. And she's been basically working on me until I got this song out. Ever since I did that. So be careful what you tap into. Reading cards. Sometimes it'll lead you down a path.
I just saw this today on Facebook that there was a whale spot, some kind of whale spotted up by Hawaii, which is unusual for whales.
What? No, they migrate there in the wintertime to birth their babies and mate. The humpback whales come from the North Pacific, like around Alaska, and they go to Hawaii. So
okay.
Humpbacks, and
This is
humpback. So
blue
if there
whale.
was a different kind of whale.
Yeah, I'm not
that
sure.
might-
I forgot what kind it
Yeah,
was.
if it was a blue whale, now that would be
That would
really
be
significant.
really unusual.
that
That
would
would be really
significant to me.
unusual.
So I'm going to paste
But
the
I don't
link.
know. I
in
mean,
YouTube.
the verse in the song, or the chorus in the song is that I swam the seven seas. So I think they go into every ocean, every place. And
The seas are like the Black Sea, the Caspian Sea, the Mediterranean Sea.
right, it's a metaphor. It's not the
Right. No, but you know, you got to remember the earth has not always been, the topography of the earth hasn't always been like it is now. And I
Oh,
don't
yeah.
think it's been that much in our distant past that it was different. I think our timeline that we're given is quite skewed.
Right. I mean, there is, if you go to the Vedas or the Bhagavad Gita,
Exactly.
they're talking about way bigger time scales that man has been
Exactly.
on the planet.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm not going to argue with scientists at this stage until I got better. If I said get something clear through, then I'm going to argue with them. But on that
Right.
one, I'm not going to push that extreme, so to speak. But yeah, we used to be like one Gwanda or something like that is what they called it. And so it was one just big nation in the continent, and then there's the sea all around it. This is why they think Antarctica broke off from Australia and South Africa. What they're saying, what, millions and millions of years ago. This is, I guess, would be where you would disagree, Simone.
Well, you know, there's maps that go back not too far in the past that show Antarctica and Australia are like, there's a separation, but it's like they're right there, you know, like there's, and then I've seen some things that say that in as recently as the late 1700s, early 1800s, there was a worldwide cataclysm that affected the entire planet. And that, you know,
Right, that would be Krakatoa, I believe.
that was only part of it. That was only part of it.
Right.
Anyway, I can't prove it. I see these people and I don't, you know, except for looking at maps. Stanford University or whatever library has a good selection of old maps.
Yeah, Pangea.
So, you know, like I said, it's all open for discussion. Okay, that's a really cool map there. Yeah, that makes sense. South America and Africa and that little thing there, that looks totally normal.
Yeah, it all fits like pieces to a jigsaw puzzle.
Exactly, yeah.
They actually found, I was in one of my college classes, there were some animals that were only indigenous to the northeast of America that they found bones up here in Europe as well. In the same
Africa.
spots. Same
That's
spots.
Africa. That's Africa.
Or I'm sorry, Africa. Yeah.
I saw something like that exactly, and it's not mainstream, and that's pretty cool that you actually got to hear about it in your college, because they don't. Yeah. They have their little boxes they like to keep us in. But look at our little boxes here. Anyway, I'm outside of mine. No.
Yeah, that's a good place to be, though, Simone.
You guys can probably tell I do not stay very confined. I don't have that. I might be a cripple, but darn it, I get around.
Oh, I totally agree with you on that. Don't let your disability slow you down.
Yeah, I don't have a disability. I'm multi-abled.
Okay.
I just do it differently. I use 2 canes. It beats the bleep out of a, 10, 11, was it 11, 12 years ago? They're like, oh, wheelchair. You're kind of screwed here, girl. We can't do nothing for you. Get used to it. half a day. I'm like, but that was my vanity. I didn't know I was vain. It's like, I'm not vain. And I am. Like, I was too young at 40 something years old. I was too young to be the rest of my life, which I proposed to be 100 years old, all that time in a wheelchair. So I just, intention's everything. Intention is everything. And I walked this badass all around with 2 canes, but 2 really bitching canes. You guys should see my canes. I don't know if you can, yeah, you can see that. They got suns and moons and stars. They're very celestial. So I'm gonna have them. I gotta be cool looking.
Yeah.
So we have some other people in here. I just want to welcome everyone that's here in our chat room. Sarah, Gary. We have 2 Garys. Rob, Geraldine, Kimmy, Desiree. A bunch of people here. And I've posted a couple times in, which I'm doing right now, in the YouTube. Feel free to join us. Geraldine, do you want to jump in? Say hi.
There's Gary.
What exactly are we talking about here? Because
Just an
I
open-
like jumped in.
Yeah, tonight's just an open chat, open spiritual chat, whatever you want to talk about.
What kind of signs have you seen?
7-Eleven's a big one for me.
Mhm.
When I'm on the right path, which equals out to 9, which is the same as my life path number. 9's a big one.
Is that your
36.
life path number too? 9?
Yep.
Okay.
And then 369, that's another big one for us.
Tesla numbers.
Yep, I'm 9. Mark's life path is 6. And my daughter's is a 3.
Mm-hmm. My daughter and I are both 9s.
Yeah,
Complete.
his is a 3 and Sky's a 6.
Mhm.
But yeah, a lot of synchronicities kind of pop up, especially when I notice if I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing, I don't see those numbers as much. 1111's a huge one for us.
One thing that a lot of people, and they haven't noticed it until I brought it up, but once I brought it up, they start noticing it more often, is whatever your birthday is, you'll start seeing that as a
all the
time.
time. 314. At
Yep.
least once a day. At least once a day. And mostly it's at night because I wake up at night to pee a lot. And I always look at the clock just for shits and grins because you just never know what I might see in the time. But yeah, it's usually like 314 or 444 or 555, the triple digits.
I have a clock on my stove in the kitchen that, if there's a lightning storm, the power goes off, it resets. And I never reset that clock, but I know that when I go into the kitchen, because it's not a time I'm expecting, it's always something that's synchronous, a synchronistic number that's on that clock. That's just, I'm like, thank you, universe. I totally get it. I appreciate that.
And I do that too. I am constantly going through my day going, thank you, universe. Thank you, creator. Wow, thanks. And even when I was upset a couple hours ago, like having this really bad discombobulation, miscommunication, I was like, all right, Simone, I knew I could feel it. I could feel it when like I go into that altered personality, that little corporeal bitch state, so to speak. And I was like, okay, thank you. It was a beautiful walk. I worked on finding all the lovely things that occurred while I was having this uncomfortable experience. And then I walk into this woman's circle that was totally unexpected, so the more gratitude you have, even for the not so great, but I in the last 10 years, I can say that the more gratitude that you express, the more things you get to be grateful for. Oh, you're muted, Robert. You look like you're talking, but you're muted. You have something important to say. I can tell.
I'm trying to unmute him and it's not.
There he is. He's got it.
I'm sorry. I'm talking to T-Light right now on the phone. We're trying to work this sound out to make sure we're not like imposing on the conversation. So give me a few minutes to make sure we work this out properly so it comes out for everyone properly.
It
So I'm
looked
gonna put
important
myself-
though.
It
I could
is.
tell it was something important. I was like, oh, you gotta unmute, man. You gotta hear it. Sorry.
Give us a few minutes to work this out, and I'll come in when the time is right here. If so.
I have something to say.
Okay, go for it, Kimmy.
So I was at work the other day and my phone, I got a notification. I looked at my phone and it was 3:33 last night. I woke up at 3:33 and I said aloud, what should I need to know? What do I need to know? And it was like I fell back asleep and these words popped into my head, and it doesn't make any sense to me, but it said, you will know, or they will know, the ecosystem of Andromeda, whatever that is.
Shit.
Yeah,
My
Wow.
friend
I'm at a
Rebecca
loss.
Andromeda is a total advocate for the ecosystem. That's amazing. Her name's Rebecca, and well, she goes by
then I started,
she uses the last name
yeah, I
Andromeda.
started Googling it today to see what other relevance it could have, you know?
Star.
I don't know. Strange.
That's
But I've seen that
fascinating.
number twice, those numbers twice this week.
Well, I mean, the 333, that's, I believe that's the Ascended Masters. So there'd be Jesus.
I think
Saint
so
Timothy.
too, yeah.
Yeah, all those guys. What ties it, this relates to me is the song, the Blue Whale song. It's talking about the ecology. It's talking about the plastic gyre and Fukushima and don't pollute your water systems. This was the message of the Syrians that came
Don't
through
drink
in the
that
light
water.
language. It's the message today. That's the energy, the ecosystem.
That's the important thing right now.
It is very important.
No, Guy is definitely cleaning herself out. She's about to clean herself out.
She has been, yeah.
Like, I feel like there's something like right around the corner.
We had that really bad not earthquake, I'm sorry, volcanic eruption last year. Well, shoot, was that just last year? Wow. Yeah.
There's another one that's erupting in the Indonesia area right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And we had a Blot 7.
Go, Greg, right on. Drunvalaho Melchizedek.
All right, Kimmy, the sign indicates that your spirit guides agree with your thoughts and feelings. It could be interpreted as a cosmic yes to questions you have asked or ideas you have. Drunvalo Melchizedek's interpretation is there's a decision. You have a decision to make. The decision will lead to either 666, which isn't a bad number, right? Which means that you must repeat the lesson again in some other way, or will lead to 999, which is completion, and you have learned the lesson. I'm a 9, completion. Alternate 333 interpretation. The ascended masters are near you, desiring you to know that you have their help, love, and companionship. Call upon ascended masters often, especially when you see the number 3 patterns around you. Some of the more famous ascended masters include Jesus, Moses, Mary, Kuan Yin, and Yogananda. So I hope that helps a little.
Nah, I have an app on my other phone. Doreen Virtue, I don't know, but she doesn't. Is anybody familiar with Doreen Virtue?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And now she's taken all of her products off. I used to have, yeah. Well, I do believe some people are being like targeted, like, a lot of people followed her and maybe somebody thought, ooh, let's make her change her mind so we can make some of her followers change her mind because they're getting too close to the truth. That's, I'm always running conspiracy through my mind because all my life I've always seen anybody in authority as not our friend,
Generally, I would say that's true.
Does anybody know Max Egan? Does
I
anybody know
used
of
to
Max?
follow him. He
Hmm?
got too political. I used to follow him, but he got too political.
Well, he got hit earlier this year. Like they hit him hard with like he started going off on flat Earth, and he's not a flat earther.
Yeah, I don't believe in
Thank
that.
God he has he has a group around him. But he got political though for a reason though. He's in Australia. Shit's really bad in Australia. So, but anyway, yeah, he got hit as well. Like started going off, and then his friends rallied around him, and anyway, did some clearing, and he seems to be back. He's here. I didn't see him today. I was in that women's circle, but there's, again, I'm just bringing up Doreen Virtue because it was like, wow, how do you do that? How does that happen? And I don't think anybody like in this state of being like, in this oneness, in this would like turn around and say, oh no, I was lying. I was misled by the devil. That has to be some kind of imprint or something. My opinion, my humble opinion, but I think a lot of that's going on. I don't know. What do you think, Greg? I see you ponder, and I'd be interested what you have to say about that.
I did a couple videos here on In5D about Dolores. It was, or not, Doreen rather. Yeah.
Oh, you did.
Yeah.
Okay.
I featured these parrots that would come on, with her new belief system, and the parrots would come on and would go, "What the fuck?"
Well, that's kind of what I did, and I left it at that. I just thought, oh my God, another one bites the dust. That's literally what I thought, because I've seen this in my circles, kind of. Right. And then when Dory, not that I knew her, I did know her. I lived in Hawaii. She would talk at the I can't even remember the name of the little church or fellowship that we went to in Haiku, but no, she's just an absolutely delightful woman. And just seemed to emanate love and light, and then to turn around, and I'm paraphrasing, but basically I saw her say something about everything I told you was a lie. I was driven by Satan, and I mean, I can only listen to that much of that because I know that that's an implant, and I don't want to be around that. But anyway,
I like her morning guided meditation. I used to, when I was a child and family therapist, driving to my clients in the morning, I would listen to that, and I would repeat everything she said, word for word, except for the word God. I would use creator source.
Right.
It's the only thing in there. But yeah, and she also has an evening clearing one. I think I've got her oracle cards. I'm sure I do. At least one of her sets of oracle cards.
I had
several. Yeah, that's the thing.
I had several sets, and that again, that just, I don't know why that, but it I don't know. It just gave me a weird feeling. Just a weird, I don't know.
Well, I agree with you.
That's happening. Like, is this? I always say, think alien. I grew up I grew up in Las Vegas. I did a lot of camping, and I saw a lot of stuff. Yeah, think alien. That's what I think. Did we lose Greg? Oh no, he just went off on there. Maybe we did. Greg got kicked out.
Yeah, as to Doreen Virtue, I mean, a lot of people got her oracle decks, like you said, you have them, and they get good information out of it.
I love them.
None of this, the devil is a construct of the Catholic Church.
The devil made me do it. That's your shadow, man. That's your freaking shadow. Because there's none else besides him. If it's only me and God here, that means the devil and Satan and, they're all part of the same crew. They just have a different, they just have a different part to play, I don't know. I don't see anything, I don't know.
These are the cards I have that are the Doreen Virtue.
Oh, I love those. I had those as well.
Cards.
And the Archangel Michael. Those and the Archangel Michael is what I had. I loved them.
Yeah, I have the Archangel
can-
Michael. I got it in Springfield when I went for an event. So yeah, I have them right here.
Awesome.
And
Well,
then
it
I
ain't much
have
of 'em. They may
Kim
become
Dreyer. She's
collector
really good.
items.
I can't remember. I used to have a lot. Well, I lost. It's really easy, you know, now I don't attach too much significance to stuff because I have lost everything more than once. And although initially it's kind of a shitty feeling, or, you know, it's not great, it's not the end of the world. I've realized that. I've been steady in one place for 2 years, and I look around my place. I'm here at a hotel though, but I look around my place and shake my head because stuff just comes to me. I've got the most awesome books, not the same books that I've had, but you know, like I've moved up in my reading material and my, you know, my things that I have nicer crystals. I have, you know, clothes too. That's the other thing. I don't buy new clothes. I haven't bought new clothes in shit, like 10 or 12 years. Just because I can go to secondhand store and get damn near brand new stuff for really cheap. Anyway, yeah, it's like, I don't know. For you know, I don't know. I used to think, oh, Simone, you're poor, blah 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 blah. Shit, I'm the most abundant person I know. You know, because I don't need, you know, I have stuff, but I don't. It's like, it's not like I go out there and get it. Just somehow things come to me. I was gifted this trip. This is a $2,500 trip, including 13 nights in a 4-star resort and tickets to 2 of the conferences here. Again, not bragging or anything, but you get what you give, and it's just, I don't know. Like I said, I have all these things that come to me, and it's really easy now too. If somebody says, hey, I could sure use, I'll be like, you know what, I have that, and I haven't used it in a while. Here, please take this. Makes it easier. When I left here, I was renting my place out, so I thought, ooh, good time for spring cleaning. Oh my God, I gave so much stuff away. I couldn't believe. You know, anyway, it's just, for me, that's just kind of a weird thing, because when I left Iowa, I was like a borderline hoarder.
So we have new people joining us here, which is
See,
great. The lines are open for everyone. Feel free to jump in at any time. You ready, Robert?
Maybe. This is interesting. We're live here. So I've got Tracy. She's known as Tracy here, but her name's actually Teresa. We're on the phone together.
Hang on.
You sound very muffled, Teresa.
I'm muted.
We've been trying to work out the audio aspect of this because we're on the phone, we're in the same chat. I'm video and audio into this. I want to make sure that it's working correctly and we're not causing distortions here. So, hi, I'm new here. I'm the new guy, by the way. I've kind of dabbled in your chats and videos a little bit, but I really felt like I just needed to kind of hold off on coming forward here.
You said there was a message or something you wanted to convey.
I'm not sure where to begin. It's been pretty freaking amazing, though. I mean,
let it rip, dude.
Was that Phil?
That was me.
Okay, thank you for that. I thank you for that confirmation. There's been a lot that's gone on. I'm not going to go into my whole story because it's big, but I'll say that me ending up here really started last spring. I was going through a terrible divorce. I was in church. I was involved in the church, and I decided to step away. And when I did that, everything shifted. everything shifted. And I started healing from what was going on in my life. I started healing from things in my past. And last fall, I hope this is okay to discuss here, I started microdosing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
And like this everything started accelerating massively. Like just as the year came to an end, if you can picture Neo sitting in the chair for the first time, getting downloaded this information, that was me. Like I was like, holy shit, what is going on? Like I didn't understand. It was all coming in through here. And for some reason, I was drawn to Tracy, through Facebook. And I didn't understand why. I'm not a creeper. I don't go creeping women on Facebook and sending them messages, nothing like that. But for some reason, I was drawn to her. And this group is a very integral part of how her and I connected. We had planned a few times to meet, like not meet, talk on the phone or video chat or something, and it just didn't quite work out. And Teresa, how long ago did we start talking?
3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Our childhood.
3 weeks ago, yeah. So I don't have a memory of her as a child, but she remembers me. She remembers my parents. We grew up in the same town. So she knows a lot of history. We share a lot of history together.
Your brother was in my class.
My brother was in her class. My dad was a study hall teacher for her. She remembers seeing my mom in the grocery store with us, my siblings, all of us like buzzing around my mom, and she was, carrying herself with grace and all. I don't want to go too far off track. So there's a history there that I was not aware of, like at all. And I kept feeling drawn to her. I didn't know if it was a romantic thing. I didn't know what it was, but she sent me a link to this group, the live group, one night. And I clicked on it, and Greg, you were talking about Virgos being overthinkers. And I'm like, yes, I'm a Virgo. I overthink everything. She saw that. And she said, hey, can we talk tonight or maybe this weekend? And I said, let's talk tonight. And we connected about 7 o'clock. For the next 5 hours. She was telling me her story, which was my story. And circumstances were not completely the same, obviously. We've got some parallels, but like she just put all the pieces in place of everything that I was going through, to the point that, I was, again, imagine Neo sitting in the chair getting downloaded this information. It was happening so fast, like at such a rapid clip. I didn't know how to handle it. There was days that I went through full metamorphosis. And like she gave me all of these pieces to this that I couldn't quite understand. I didn't know what it was about. I didn't realize so much until she came along and just said, this is what this is. And I'm not sure where I'm going with this at this point. Does anybody have anything to say yet?
How does the microdosing tie into this?
The microdosing opened the doors. It wasn't like one door at a time. It was like all the doors at once. Mm-hmm. And it got really, really overwhelming.
Okay.
To the point that her and I took a few days off, even just this last week. Like things got difficult. It was challenging, like nothing I've ever experienced before.
Has she talked to you about the fruitarianism diet?
Yes. Yeah, we've been discussing that. Speaking of, I gave up meat a week ago. I never thought I would do that. I just out of the blue, gone. I'm done with that.
I can't give it up. I'm doing the fruitarian thing. Eventually, like I said, I'm going to have that spaghetti with meat sauce, organic pasta with meat sauce. but for the most part, I'm fruitarian until I lose a certain amount of weight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can see I've never had to worry about that. Food is an inconvenience for me. Like I don't even, I do it because I have to.
Is that a bass guitar behind you?
It's a bass guitar there.
Yep.
I've got a couple more there. I've got another one there.
Cool.
This is my music studio.
Nice.
Yeah. So like this whole room, like the way it manifested, even in itself, is just like mind blowing right now. Like I've came to realize that like reality is not happening to me. I'm not controlling it. We're doing it together. Like reality.
Co-creation. Yeah.
Yeah. And the things that manifest right now, I mean, I can't make this shit up. Like this is all new to me. So, I mean, I guess from your guys' perspective, like Teresa's had a front row seat to this. And, here I feel like I just felt it today. Like I was ready to come and have this conversation with you guys and put myself out there of this is happening here too,
Well, can
You're
I
gonna
just
see a lot more of
say
this
that I
too.
truly appreciate?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Greg.
No, go ahead.
I just wanted to say I truly appreciate him coming on and telling his story like this, because I truly resonate with a lot of what he's saying. It's awesome. It's amazing. Thank you for coming on.
I can't see your name. What's your name? I don't see it. Gary?
Yeah, I go by Gary Michael.
Gary Michael. Okay. Thank you.
No, thank you. Truly, like dude, awesome. Just awesome stuff. Keep going, please. I want to hear more.
And that's a good point, because a lot of us, that have been doing this for a long time, we kind of assume that everyone's doing the same thing with us as we're growing, but we don't really think about the people that are just beginning and starting out. And it's important for other people to know that no matter what stage of the journey you're on, there's still a lot of people there. And it really doesn't matter, because in the end, it's all us having the same journey anyway. So.
Yeah, I'm the same with you, Robert. What awakened me was The Matrix. I wasn't allowed to watch The Matrix or any type of sci-fi movies. I was, growing up Catholic and radical Christian, and my family, we were all three of us girls. We went through this traumatic, abuse our whole life, and we were pushed into into like rooms to where we were not allowed to know what the outside world was like. And when the movie came out, we weren't allowed to watch any of it. But 2 years ago, I watched it for the first time, and I'm 28 years old now. And it completely awoken me. And so when you said you felt just like Neo, I was like, oh my God. I was like, now lampshades are moving and spoons are bending. So I completely understand where you're coming from with that. So yeah, I resonate also.
I do too.
Who was that?
Definitely. I definitely resonate with what you were saying, Robert. I've been on this journey. Well, it was June 23rd. I put down the bottle. I was drinking about a half gallon a week of rum and living in the middle of the woods and trying to I'd been out here for 3 years, fleeing from the city, couldn't figure out what was going on. I had chased every form of doctrine of Christianity you could, from Pentecostal to Baptist, Jehovah's, to where the last thing I was studying was actually like the modern Hebrew Israelite movement. And I took a bunch of shrooms, and I was like, why can't I quit drinking? And the next day I quit drinking. And I started going through all the downloads, like you're saying. I had that, understanding. Yeah. So what you're saying is really cool. I'm still going through it, man.
Yeah. So this is weird. When somebody's taking up the screen, I can't see their name. So he's talking and I don't know
It's in
his
the
name.
lower left-hand corner.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I'm
James.
James, or
I'm Robert.
You can call me Spirit too.
Spirit.
So yeah, this is
Amanda, I'm just
awesome.
hanging out.
This is my fiance Amanda. She's
Hi,
hanging out.
Amanda.
The microdosing stuff been really fascinating.
I can't quite hear her.
I recently started microdosing as well to treat post-traumatic stress disorder. It's been phenomenal. So I support what you're doing.
I'm microdosing today on LSD. I started on with mushrooms. I grew my own, and I grew it with this intention. And like I had a couple bad experiences on psychedelics in my early years, so I shied away from them for a long time. But something came over me where it was just like, I need to grow these. Like I need to, I started hearing about it. I started seeing it, and I was like, okay, I need to have some of these so I can try this. And when I did, like my awakening was already happening, but it was at a very slow pace. And when I injected the psychedelics into it, like it was like a freaking rocket ship. I mean, like just blast off, like oh. So even today, so the experiences I'm having right now are so profound, so powerful. I'll just give this example because this is what happened today. I woke up. Teresa and I had been on the phone last night, and I was out of sorts. I wasn't sure if I was going to make work or not. I started late, and on my way to work, it was about 11 o'clock. I had this anxiety come over me that I'm like, I haven't felt anxiety for quite a long time. Why am I feeling this? And when I arrive at work, I walk into the office, and there's this woman it used to be a doctor's office. I work in property management. I do maintenance, just to give you a little background. This woman is at the window, like attacking, like yelling, like upset and hurt, and like, just wanting acknowledgement. And I walked into this situation, and I could feel every single emotion from every single person that was in that room. I knew where everybody stood in that moment. And I didn't know what to do with it other than just be present for it. And I could feel the transfers of energy through me, through everyone. And there was times where I felt like I needed to block someone else that was repeating this woman's negative energy. And she began attacking me I didn't say anything. I didn't do anything. I was just there, present, quiet, and I was getting attacked. But I was like the shock absorber, if you will, for the other people in the room. And this went on for quite a while. The police showed up, and eventually it resolved peacefully. And I walked outside, and and I actually saw her leave and like walk down the road. And for like the next 10 or 15 minutes, I had to process through what was going on in a non-judgmental state, and recognizing what was going on there, what she needed. And I was able to send her love. I was able to recognize her struggle, her brokenness, and recognize something that she's not able to even recognize. And by doing so, I was able to love her in that moment, in spite of everything. Like it was completely unconditional. And when I resolved that moment was then like I was released from it, and I was able to get on with my day, and I was able to like have my center back. I was able to have myself back after giving her and everyone in that room some of that energy. It was exhausting. Like it was completely exhausting, but then I was rejuvenated back to a point where back to co-creating, back to being a part of it. If that makes sense. Hopefully that all makes sense. I'm not.
Oh yeah, no, it makes sense, man. And also I'm speaking as a fellow Virgo, So, you know,
Well,
there you go.
let me interject there real quick. I found out I'm actually a Leo through Teresa. So I was looking at the wrong calendar. Just wanted to throw that out there. So go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can relate to that because, and kudos to you too for doing it while you're working. Because when I was in the workaday world, I had these ideas. I tried to meditate. I was aware of the Celestine prophecies. Like I said, I've read a lot of books. But I tried to do that. I tried to empathize with the people, to understand my coworkers, to try to help them out so that they could do it. So I was a pretty good lead worker in my job. And that is key to dealing with the workaday world, is to be able to go back into that observer place and just hold the energy, hold the space. And I did that. I was also good at, you know, as a lead worker, if they had a problem with a taxpayer, that got escalated up to me before it went to the manager. So I could take a lot of abuse and just let it go over me and let it not take it on. And so that's, yeah, thanks for saying that.
Yeah, you're a blessing for being able to not have to soak in the energy, because that's hard for me. I'm even going to qigong classes to release it in a certain way, because yeah, I store energy instead of releasing the energy. So kudos to you for trying to get rid of that easily and healing other people while in the process of healing yourself, because mine turned into automatic panic attacks and then seizures. So it's a automatic thing I've always had to deal with my whole life. So it's guarding, something you have to deal with.
Work on grounding, Desiree. I had to work on grounding. Just tell yourself that you're grounded, and you'll be grounded. You'll be able to release the energy.
It's a really hard process for me.
It's hard, but you gotta just
it really is hard.
You're grounded. Just keep telling yourself, I'm grounded. I'm grounded.
Yeah.
And you will be. It's hard to do, but once you can let it flow, you'll be amazed at everything else that can happen too.
Well, I've been practicing every day meditation and everything, but it's still it's like, hold on, give me a minute. It's called detach from drama. Reading the Doreen Virtue cards over here. But for me, it was always hard, you know, because I was around so many bad people. So it just depends on the environment and different people. But I'm like a super sponge. So I'm like really, really sensitive. Even hard for, you know, me to do certain things, because I don't know. It's just I'm different for some reason. I can express my creativity through art and expression through that, but when it comes to like a lot, like talking to people who don't understand me, I'm completely shut off. It's blocked.
Desiree, I'm being told you're in Peoria.
Yep. Well, Pekin, Illinois. Yeah.
I grew up in Mackinac.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
I owned a house in Pekin. I lived in Peoria for a while, lived in Bloomington. So yeah, we're from the same. Teresa, Tracy is as well.
That's
awesome. Hello.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll be in Peoria Saturday. I'm actually flying to Peoria, Illinois for work from New Mexico. So that's
we should have a meetup or something. That's like a family meetup.
Yeah.
I'm actually in Iowa now, and that was part of this journey for me. I guess I need to get into this part of it. I think I owned a pretty successful business in the early 2010s, and things came crashing down like January 1st, 2016. I had a beautiful wife, children. I was CEO, and it all evaporated in the blink of an eye. Gone. Just
the dark night of the soul.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes. And so that's when this journey began. Obviously, it started before that, but that was like the catalyst to catapult me into where I'm at now. I forgot where I was going with that, so I'm sorry. I moved to Iowa. I'm in Iowa now.
Wow.
And I came here to be close to my daughters. As a result of the divorce, they had moved out of state, so I came here to be close to them. And this, my time in the wilderness, essentially, it was a very dark time when I moved here for me. But it was all necessary. And I look back now and I go, I would do it all over again, just like that, to get to that right now. It's beautiful. It's unbelievably beautiful. Like,
How old are your kids?
I've got 2 grown boys, 24 and 21. And then I've got 3 daughters that I've got about 50% custody with. And they're 12, 9, and 5.
Do you find that the girls have a way? I found my daughter did this to me. She would have me wrapped around her little finger.
All of their fingers.
All of them. Yes, thank you. Whoever said that.
Come on. I was
got,
Daddy's little girl too.
and through this process, again, it really started accelerating when I stepped away from the church last spring. Through this process, my relationship with my children, the relationship with my parents, the relationships I have everywhere has just skyrocketed, like nothing I could have ever dreamed of. And my daughters and I, we have such an amazing time. It's such a beautiful experience with them every single time they're with me now, where I was so disconnected before. I was so not present with them. And the presence that I have with them is reflected back to me through them.
Mm-hmm.
Like every moment, every hug, every kiss, every laugh. I mean, it's like the sacredness of what's going on there, the sacredness of what this all is just, it's mind blowing. Like, it's beyond mental. Mentally, I can't comprehend the depths of what this is.
In the chat room, Anne is saying that dads have no power over their daughters.
They do.
My daughter's 25
We
and
could
she still has
try.
me wrapped around her little
We
pinky.
can certainly try, but it doesn't end well when we try.
Maybe not power, but they definitely have influence.
Mm-hmm.
Dads have great
Definitely.
influence on their daughters. At least my father did. My father was a great influence in many, many ways.
I've been learning it's how we live, is how we influence them. It's not what we say, it's what we do.
Actually, that was my dad. Yeah. Well, my dad was, he was always, he always wanted to set the examples.
Well, people know me as being I give big bear hugs. My daughter actually gives me bigger bear hugs. And I find also, this is fun too. When I go to see my parents, I was just there last week. When I hug my dad, he doesn't let go. He just keeps hugging and hugging. And I keep hugging and hugging too, it's great. So
I saw that too in my dad and my mom too. And because we were never really we were huggy, very emotional, I guess, but it seemed like the older they got, the more they were like, God, I really appreciate you. I was, I don't know. Now my dad was kind of an asshole, but I think they realized, because I was such I'm not doing it your way because I don't like your way. And they finally were like, you did it fine. We didn't realize. I taught my parents stuff, like, you don't have to do it this way. They were raised in Germany during the war and the Holocaust. So they had other perceptions of the way the world works and the way the world is. And, it isn't like that. We were brainwashed. They were brainwashed. God bless them, but still good influences.
A few weeks ago, my parents, they came to visit me here in Iowa. And this was just a few days after Teresa and I had connected. And I was like in full blown, like, download petabytes. Like it felt like petabytes of information were being downloaded. I couldn't turn the faucet off. I didn't know how to turn the faucet off.
It doesn't end either.
Oh gosh.
It's cool though. You'll get used to it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm along for the ride.
Cool.
So my parents were here and I was going through these physical transitions as well. And they showed up on, I think, a Friday. And that Saturday, I went through what I call my metamorphosis right in front of them. Like I was almost drunk. Like I was so not in this world right in front of them. And the next day, my mom said, we were concerned about you yesterday. Like we thought you were on something. And I'd had a few drinks, but I really wasn't on anything. And it came to a moment where I was able to explain to my mother what was happening to me. And she's a pretty legalistic Christian. That's how I was raised. And, you know, she shared a couple concerns I was able to address, but she got it. Like she didn't fully comprehend it, but she was okay with it. And, you know, if she really knew what was going on, if I really sat down and I said, okay, this is all of it, her head would explode. Like there's no way she's ready to.
Oh,
Who's laughing?
Pretty flowers. I laughed.
Okay. Okay. No,
not at you, but with you because
no, I know.
Similar with my mom. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
so relating to that. I just talked to her the other day and she's like, okay, Simone. She's German. She has this accent. Okay, Simone, you have a nice time. I'm going to go now. You know, I'm at an anarchist convention, you know. Anyway, yeah. It's all good though. Those flowers are beautiful. I don't know whose those are, but that is just lovely.
So Teresa, do you want to tell them about the flowers or do I need to?
Okay, that's Teresa. Okay.
Yeah.
It says Allie under the flower name.
Oh, is it? I'm sorry. I'm seeing the wrong thing.
Okay.
So, okay, well,
Tell us about flowers.
Teresa has had these flowers in a vase for a couple weeks. They look like brand new. Like
I've told them about this before.
you've told them about this? Okay.
Well, yeah, it happened before.
So are those not your flowers that are popping up there?
No, those are not mine.
Okay, they're not your flowers. I was wrong. So okay. Okay.
But it happened times.
Back in the 90s, Dr. Andrew Weil had a show on PBS. And he'd say, you know, just all these things to do. A few of the things that I remember is walk 30 minutes a day, eat broccoli, and have fresh flowers in your home. And be grateful.
I don't like broccoli.
You know what? I learned to love it.
I like it. I like it.
I like to steam it. I like to steam it just a little tiny bit, and you know, you dip it in some kind of, you know, I live in Guatemala, so guacamole is like you got that all over and stuff. But yeah, it's good. Or some goat cheese or something.
Desiree, what are you eating?
Pot pie, vegetarian pot pie.
Right on.
I'm always eating something when I come on here, so.
Yeah, we got to eat. I was eating before. I had my camera off though. I had that Cubana sandwich. It was a little sloppy.
So Robert, when you were talking about your mother, or like whoever, like you, when you're awakening, when you're trying to, or like whoever was talking about their mother awakening, I have a funny story. I created an Oregon pendant for my mom, and it has her mother and her father's ashes in it, and I put them in there for her because she holds them and she, you know, carries them around, and that's how we feel like grandmother and grandfather's around.
Cool.
So, and when she feels stressed out, she puts it on and she rubs it. Well, she's been having lots of panic attacks and lots of seizures too, because they run in the family. They're genetics throughout my family. And so she's, one day I spent the weekend at her house. It was like a month ago. And she pulls me in her bedroom and says, "Come on, girls, let's go meditate together." And I'm like, "What?" Mom, cool.
Awesome.
So, and I taught her how to ground and, you know, use different colors for your chakras and stuff, and, you know, different things. But she's really sensitive. So I don't know if the sensitivity runs through the bloodlines too.
Well,
I don't know.
wait. Was she meditating all this time without you knowing it?
Yeah. Yeah.
How cool is that?
And so it was right after I gave her the Oregon piece. And she said the Oregon piece had changed her. So, and this was grandmother and grandfather put into the Oregon piece.
Her parents, right?
Yep. And we feel a big connection to them because they were, you know, very, very good people. They come from Ireland, and you know, we're part Irish. So and they actually migrated to America, to South Carolina or North Carolina, to get away from the potato famine. And so it really goes back and deep into that ritual of, you know, energy from the Irish, the Ireland, you know, era, maybe Viking area.
Yeah.
But whenever she's been meditating this whole time, and then she has these really big panic attacks that I have, and it's like, wow, you know, you're not alone in this. When, you know, it's really cool how everything happens like that.
Mm-hmm. Wow. I used to have panic attacks really bad. One time I had one so bad they thought I was having a heart attack. I was 19 years old. Something wrong with that. But it was this massive anxiety. Like the world. Shoot. I'm over that, way over it for years though. But that was an interesting time.
So I'm gonna throw this out here. We're talking about grounding a lot. This.
Nice.
So if anyone has a Menards around them, they have what they claim to be genuine Himalayan salt rock lamps on clearance for $4.99 with a $2 mail-in rebate.
Wow.
And
where's this? Menards?
Menards, like it's like a home improvement store.
Never heard of that.
A West Coast thing more, or a Midwest thing.
Midwest.
Oh,
Yeah.
So I bought one, and my daughters this last weekend could not keep their hands off of it. Like they were
tasted it too, huh?
Oh yes, they did.
I have 7 grandchildren.
My daughter did the same thing. As soon as she saw mine, she's like, I want one. I'm like, okay. So bought her one.
Yeah.
I bought this one, and my middle daughter, we started allowance recently, and she asked if she could take her allowance monies and buy one. Oh, look at that. So she wanted to buy one. So we went to Menards and she bought herself one. I wish I could show you guys the picture. It's so freaking beautiful. She plugs her lamp in, and she like puts her arms around it and it's like hugging this thing. And I snapped a picture of her, and the look in her eyes, the sacredness of who she was came through in that moment. And
beautiful.
Yeah, it's
very beautiful.
Yeah, very, very beautiful.
It's funny how many people, okay, those who have a salt lamp near them, put it up to your screen right now, because people will see this on YouTube.
Uh-huh.
We were all doing this while you were talking, and we could see each other's salt lamps that were, you know, while Robert was talking, we were just all putting our
there's
salt
an
lamps
energy
up there.
coming through.
Yeah, it's pretty cool though, isn't it? How many of us have them?
Yeah. I had one when I lived in the jungle, and it kind of melted. Like every day there was a puddle of water.
I've got one in my bedroom, and I've also got one in my office, and I've got one on my kitchen counter. It's kind of an interesting one with a bunch of little bitty pieces of Himalaya salt. It's kind of cool.
There's Gary's, there's Sarah's, there's Kim's.
That is awesome.
Basically, everyone here has a salt lamp.
So
right next to them or nearby.
I was told to buy.
I used them.
You know, I was told I needed to buy a few, so I did.
Mm-hmm.
So let me like springboard off of that, if you would. So my other 2 daughters, I said, would you like one? And so I posted that picture on Facebook, and people started asking about it. So I was able to direct some people to Menards to where they could get them. And I asked my other 2 daughters if they wanted one. They said yes. My sister, who's adopted, her daughter, my niece, she said, can you get one for her? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, okay, wait a minute. I could go buy a bunch of these and send in the rebates like for next to nothing. So I bought 5. I think I've bought 7 total.
Awesome.
1 for the house here, 3 for my daughters, 1 for my niece. And then I bought 2 more, so that's not adding up. Anyways, I bought 2 more to give away as gifts. And the day that I did that, I picked up my daughters from school and I told them what the purpose was of those 2 other salt lamps. These are gifts. We're not sure when that moment will arise, who that will be. Lo and freaking behold, the same day, we pull in my driveway. I stop at the end of the driveway and for them to get the garbage cans. And this UPS truck pulls up to deliver a necklace that Teresa had tried to send to me once already. It wasn't delivered for whatever reason, so she had to resend it. The UPS truck that pulled up is a guy that is in my small church group that I'm exiting right now. And I start talking to him and I said, hey, how's your daughter Penelope doing? Sorry, I'm struggling with that word, Penelope. She has Tourette's syndrome and she's also developed OCD and she's struggling to ground herself. And I'm like, holy shit, I've got a freaking salt lamp in my van for her right now. Like I went and got it. So the necklace that she ordered was delivered by a man from my church in my driveway the day that I bought these salt lamps to give away as gifts. And here the everything just like came together and like that was the moment. And yes. So when I gave it to him, he didn't want to take it, but I insisted, take it. She needs this. And when he left, I sat with my daughters and I said, do you realize what just happened there? Like I wanted them to see the co-creation of what happened. I wanted them to experience what we're capable of, the power that we have within ourselves.
This is what I was talking about earlier. I don't know what time you came on, but we're co-creating our reality around us, and that's all part of it. I want to throw this up there and just to see if you, is this the website that you're talking about, Menards?
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
Would that be the one that you're talking about? The 5?
Can you? That it's close. You say.
Anyway, I'll look on there. The website is Menards if anyone's looking for that, and I'll just But yeah, if people are looking for a great price, Robert's saying you can get them pretty cheap there, so check it out.
I felt like, and I don't know, Menards is something else in your neck of the woods. They just call it something different. It's the same corporation. They just call it something different.
Okay.
I'm guessing. That's a pretty good guess.
So
I felt by sharing that story that there might be somebody in this chat right now that like would want to partake in the Menards salt blocks.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's interesting. And here you are, Greg, you're sharing that now. And that's like, you're like confirming that I needed to say those things. So
yeah, thank you, Robert. Because here's why. My daughter saw my one and she wanted one and I didn't know where to get one. I wasn't going to ship that one to her. It doesn't ship very well.
Do you have a Menards close to you?
No, but she lives in Iowa, so she would.
Oh, I tell you what, I've got one more to give away. I would love to get it to her.
And if I had her address right now, I would give it to you, but I don't. So, and besides that,
we can do that later. That's okay.
Yeah. I used to live in Corning, Iowa. I moved from Las Vegas, Nevada to Corning, Iowa.
I'm north of Cedar Rapids.
You're on the edge.
Yeah.
Is that by South Dakota or by Wisconsin?
I'm east central Iowa.
Okay.
And she's in Carroll, I think is the name of the town.
Carroll was close to me in western Iowa.
Okay.
So these are the benefits of Himalayan
negative
salts.
Ions.
One of the most important ones is the negative ions right there. And that's what you get when you're at a beach and the waves are crashing. It releases negative ions. It's what makes you feel really, really good at a beach. But number one, salt lamps are natural negative ionizers, the negative ions. Number two, salt lamps neutralize artificial electromagnetic wavelengths. Number three, they're natural dehumidifiers. They absorb it. They absorb the humidity. They beautify the surrounding, which they do, as they create relaxing atmospheres and promoting stress reduction, better sleep, and an overall sense of well-being. So, yeah, it's pretty cool, huh? And they're just freaking beautiful anyway. You know, it's nice if you can just like, you know, light up your house with them and shut off all the lights, and that's the only thing you have going are your Himalayan salt lamps all around your house. It's beautiful.
Hey guys, I got a question about your salt lamps. Can anybody look at the energy rating on the little tag and tell me how many amps it uses? Or volts or watts, whatever it says.
I'm
I
checking.
live off grid. I live off grid, and so I have to limit my electricity.
You can get them with that use candles.
Really?
Oh,
Yes, that's
cool.
what I had. I always use candles. I don't want something plugged in.
We like
But-
that. We like
Yeah.
that.
And the
That works
light that
great.
it puts off is
If it
magnificent.
uses candles, now would it have like a hole on the top of it for
It's-
at least to let
Yeah.
the air and the
It
smoke
is,
go
yeah,
out?
no. They drill a hole in it and
Right.
I used that. You can put I use the tea light candles. I actually would stack a couple to keep it up higher, but you could actually put like a pillar candle in. It depends on the shape that you get. But
Yeah,
I've
that's what I
always had-
have right here. But I made it into
Oh, awesome.
a tree. This
Yeah.
was copper and clear crystal quartz. And my
That's
dad gave me a whole bunch
wow.
of LED lights, and I put copper coil in it, so it helps enhance the energy into more positive instead of using LED to burn.
Yeah.
Because when you use LED lights, it does burn a hole into it. But this is what she's talking about, the candle holder.
Hmm.
This is what they look like. I got mine at Walmart for this was on
$4.
clearance for $2.
Mhm.
But yeah.
No, that's about what I had. That's about the size that I had. And
Yeah.
yeah.
So I created into copper because a
That's
tree,
awesome.
a weeping willow tree into copper because copper is an enhancer just like orgone.
Mhm.
So when
I have organites all over.
so if you think about it, Himalayan salt lamps are almost like orgone in a sense of way,
Mhm.
except for the properties are a lot different, but
Mhm.
they do act like it. Some of the EMF frequencies, yeah, you'll still get them because the energy, it doesn't really change the energy all that well with the salt, except for some of the cleansing. It does cleanse it into more of a positive energy,
Cool.
but you'll still get that some of the effects of the EMF frequencies, which is why I put copper on here and clear crystal quartz, because it will
Yeah.
turn that negative energy of the EMF frequency into a more balanced and
Yeah.
regulated energy for the body. So
No, that is awesome. That is, really awesome. I grew up with a beautiful weeping willow tree in our front yard in Canada. Yeah. Yeah, I carry an I'm traveling right now, so I don't carry a whole lot, but I carry a small organite with me with lapis lazuli and 24 karat gold flake and I don't know if you can see the copper. There's a coil in that. Yeah. And
yeah, I create busters now. So I went from creating necklaces to busters. So here's some energy
Awesome.
to you.
That's a
to
super
all
one.
of you, yeah. So
I did some small ones. I made some small ones when I was living in Colorado, and we did because there's so many darn towers everywhere. So we went around, I did some, I put them around the towers.
Desiree, do you sell those?
not at the moment because I need to get some more supplies. So I am very low on supplies.
Yeah. Well, once you start selling them, let people know on here.
Yeah.
I definitely will because they really do work and they help my plants out.
Mm-hmm. I put them, okay, so when I made them just in like muffin pans. And I I put them on the water where the water comes into the house, because water is a feminine energy and it flows. But when it comes into our house, it's in this male energy in these pipes. So the orgone helps it to get back to its feminine energy. I put them on top of the refrigerator. I put them next to the computer router. At the time, we had a TV, but it was a monitor. It was like a second monitor for the laptop. But I put them around everything. Put them around the house. I have a pyramid one that I would hold up to the chemtrails and break them. They would separate. So
Phil is showing his right now. He's got
that one.
I make these.
Oh,
And
yeah.
They will,
Pyramid, yes.
they will knock out a chemtrail. If the cloud is not a natural cloud, they will definitely remove it.
Yep, they did. I have videos. They're posted on my Facebook. What is that? 2014, 2015. Of me holding this pyramid up to the chemtrails as they're being laid, and the chemtrails breaking apart.
I find it really funny how all of us have like Himalayan salt lamps and Oregon next to our computers, apparently.
Yeah, no, that again, look at this. Our thoughts are not our own. We're in line. We're aligning with these things, with these items, with these thoughts, with these tokens, with these, it's the love energy or whatever. I mean, yeah, it's amazing. I get blown away every time you have one of these, Greg.
Terry is asking me. Yes, Terry, I did get it. Hang on. Let me reach over and grab it. It's just, I got it. It's almost out of my reach. Terry sent me this, one of my moderators. Isn't it beautiful?
Nice. Oh, beautiful. Yes.
Gorgeous.
Yes. No, there's something special about pyramids. I learned that very early on. Some magical friends of mine back in the 70s built a pyramid, like an outline of a pyramid, and they would put things underneath it. Like he'd put his ganja seed underneath that before he planted it. Certain supplements he would put under that. When he could, he'd put his Rasputin under that. It created results.
Hold on.
I've heard that the Egyptian pyramids were also very powerful, and that they weren't actually burial chambers.
They're
were
not.
Energy generators.
They're
portals and things like that.
And you can tone.
Yeah.
You can tone in the pyramid.
Power.
Yeah, you can tone. Like you can. Oh, and you're not allowed to do it. You're not allowed to in the pyramids anymore.
That's ridiculous.
There's so many things.
I definitely am going to be doing it. I don't give a shit.
Well, right. But they'll shut you up right away. My friend was just there. And anyway, yeah, there's this, they don't want you to know. They don't want you to know. And I think sound energy is the next big successful healing modality.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No,
I carry, when I travel, I have a singing bowl with me. I also have tuning forks that I use, but I knew I wouldn't be doing. Yes, thank you. Exactly. There is something to be said. There is something.
The vibration, just the vibration from
it does. It helps my back. It helps my shoulders.
Yeah.
I never have headaches. I mean, I have a spinal cord injury, so I'm in.
I do too. Yeah, I've got a back injury that
really
affects everything.
And that helps you, right?
It does. I mean,
it's amazing. It blows me away.
I bought this one on Amazon. It's the first one I bought, and I just looked at it. I said, "That's it. That's the one." And boom, and it works.
Oh, and that's a nice hammered one.
Can you do it again? If I'm having a rough day, I just sit here and play my, singing bowl, and next thing you know, I'm having a pretty good day.
Right. Well,
hey, Gary, can you take a moment and just kind of do that?
Hey, you know what? I'm going to get mine too.
I'm having a fibro attack, And it
Okay.
feels like somebody's pulling my fingernails off right now.
Oh
and
man, well, I mean,
I don't
if
know.
you want me to, I'll play it for a bit. Maybe it'll help. You know,
That would be cool.
I'll try to keep it going.
This reminds me of going to a friend's house when I was little, and they had to drag out all the toys.
Oh, that's good. We're gonna have a sound bath going on here.
Yeah.
I like it. My pain is decreasing.
Well, I was just doing this because I have an arthritic knee and it was hurting me, but it's not hurting now. But yes, I do believe that sound healing is going to be the next big modality. I mean, it's big. It's coming.
They have a healing frequency.
That just
machine.
energizes me when I do that.
Thank you. I'm going to have to check that out.
James, I would like you to check out, I don't know if you've seen either of those interviews that I've had with Andy Monks.
Yeah.
But if you have fibromyalgia, I'll ask him. I'm bringing him back on the first week of March, but I'll specifically ask him about fibromyalgia, and I guarantee what he'll say is that Criterianism will probably.
I'm actually, this next paycheck,
It helps.
I'm actually going to go on a 3 to 5 day. I'm going to buy enough for 3 to 5 days where I'm just going to eat fruit, and I just want to see. I know I'm going to go through a detox.
Yep.
I just want to see what happens if I'm full, if I have energy. I want to see. I'm going to try it.
I got my juicer yesterday, and I
Did you? What
tried
kind
it
did
this
you
morning
get?
for the first time? And I got to get a blender now so I can make smoothies. But
What kind of juicer did you get?
it's a Hamilton Beach. It's not the most expensive one or anything, but it does the job. So
What kind of blender are you going to get?
probably like one of those Ninja things I hear that really, blends well.
Okay.
But it'll probably be around the first of the month, when my next check comes in. So
Yeah, I have the Vitamix. I highly recommend it if you can find maybe a
But those are like $600.
You can get them cheaper than that though. Used.
Well, I'm in Guatemala or even in Mexico. I was looking for Amazon, but yeah, next time I come to the States, maybe.
Oh.
Where are you guys at? And I'm looking at the carpenters. Where are you guys at off grid?
Mexico.
Where?
We're off grid in New Mexico near the Zuni Mountains.
Okay. Very cool.
If you look up El Morro National Monument, I live on the top of that mesa, just a few miles away.
That is some beautiful, magical country, yeah?
Oh, it is.
Are you having experiences out there?
My whole life has changed since I fled the city and moved here 4 years ago.
Okay. Again, I grew up in Las Vegas. I was there in '72 when they were still doing underground nuclear bomb tests. And I've seen things. I have seen things that definitely confirm that we are not alone. I am aware that a lot of those craft were the doings of reverse engineering out there in Area 51. I've also learned that Area 51, that is built on top of it's part of a huge underground
complex.
City of, and I tell everybody, shit's going on. I'm like, think aliens.
A deep underground military base.
I don't think it's a military base, sir. I believe it's a subterranean species base.
Oh, we're thinking reptilian.
Shit around that town.
It could be one and the same. Who knows?
Well, yeah, military of another anyway. And then craft in the sky, and then the jets from Nellis Air Force Base taking off after them, and then shooting across the desert. It's yeah. Ooh, what's that?
So right down the road from me, I live on top of ancient Anasazi ruins. There's actually a kiva on my backyard. I am surrounded by the Navajo reservation, and this is just a piece. When you guys were talking about the orgone and everything, I don't have that yet, but I do have this. I'm trying really hard to shine it on it. It's a piece of the pottery I found on the ground in it where stuff was going on, ancient stuff. And these people 1,000 years ago were living up here, probably witnessing the same stuff that we witness. As far as I've seen craft, and we get like black ops and stuff that just come, I mean, fly 200-300 feet above me out here. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, again, it's so, and then I was in Colorado. I was in southwestern Colorado too. And we camped a lot. My daughter lives in an RV off Gritter. And yeah, we just sat and watched we watched the stars at night.
Oh yeah.
You ever go to Garden of the Gods?
That's
in Colorado?
That's by the Four Corners, yeah?
I have.
It's beautiful, yeah.
Yeah. Again, and then you guys have to look at that part of the world too.
Me and my buddies, we used to throw our sleeping bags in the back of a pickup truck and go up the Gold Camp Road all the way up to Cripple Creek, and we'd stop and we'd camp and we'd pan for gold. And I'll tell you something, even when it's 80 degrees outside, that water from the snow runoff,
it's cold. It's
cold.
It tastes good.
It's wonderful. I lived in Reno for a while, and we used to tube down the Truckee, and that water never warms up, but you know, it warms up. Anyway, yeah. But you guys look at the desert Southwest. If you ever look like at a Google Earth, it's sort of like, looks like Northern Africa. Like there was a catastrophe that occurred in that part of the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can tell like there was
something happened.
Yeah.
Does anybody watch Rex Bear?
Yeah.
He lives in Durango or Colorado Springs. No, he lives in Durango. And he's, you know, he's freaking healthy, and you know, he gets around and he goes to all these sites. There's a site in Colorado it's New Mexico. Of a alien crash site, like a known alien crash site, not Roswell, but another one that was covered up basically. I don't know, he was just there. But yeah, there's in what's it called? In Moab Valley in Utah, tons of petroglyphs that he believes that they are showing this thing that happened. You know, this
Thomas is talking about on YouTube, Tom, in the chat room, Thomas is talking about, isn't there a giant crater out there? Which there is, and he's right.
It's in Arizona.
Yeah. And he's right. There's like glass that was
the
formed
movie
from that crater,
Starman
from the
was
intense
based on
heat.
that.
I have some of that glass.
There's something,
I have some of that. They call it Apache tears. It's from that crater.
Mm-hmm.
Something I really found interesting once, I used to, back in my working days when I worked for the government, I was a government flunky. I was a video producer, and used to go around a lot. I used to work with the Justice Department, and I videotaped the Border Patrol doing their thing. And because I did that, I was able to get a night vision lens for my professional video camera.
Cool.
And one time I was driving through, and I had always heard about the Marfa lights in Marfa, Texas. And they've actually got like a viewing area outside of town. It's a big parking lot. And I mean, you go there, people are there with their lawn chairs and everything. And I spent about 4 hours there one night, and hundreds of those lights. And I followed them as much as I could with that professional, you know, night vision video camera. They would just appear out of nowhere, and then they disappear into nowhere. But, you know, some people say that there's spirits up there of the Native Americans, you know, and some people say that they're aliens, you know, who knows, but they're there. I saw them, and it was pretty awesome.
Well, this
Of
is
course,
an
the
Apache
the
tier.
government
If
kept the
nobody knows what it
videotape
is.
though.
Somebody's holding up a crystal. What is that?
It's an Apache tier.
Okay. Yep.
This
I
is
got a
what
bunch
they
of
are. They're
them.
completely see-through. They almost look like smoky quartz.
Yep. Exactly. Mine look. Oh, I have mine are tiny. That looks like that's a big one.
Yeah,
And
it
mine
just
do.
depends
Mine
on
look
the
like
colors.
teardrops. Mine
Yeah.
look like teardrops.
They literally do, and they're so beautiful. They're really good for grounding and spirit, like more
Grounding,
spiritual awakening. Yeah.
exactly. That and
Anything black
hematite.
or red is good for grounding. Yeah. So that's what. Yeah, it looks like.
That's so cool. I love it. I love it how we're so
It's
like
completely see-through.
intertwined, even with the areas where we live.
Family.
Gold also works for grounding. The
Pyrite.
pyrite. Yeah.
Yeah, I got tons of that. Not tons. I've got
Anything black or
half a
red
pound
is
of it
really
at
good for
least.
grounding. Anything black or
Barefoot.
red,
Who
I
walks
would.
barefoot?
All the
I
time.
walk barefoot. Okay.
We're walking.
I actually have crocheted what do you call these? Shoeless sandals on. They're just little crochet anyway.
That's more than what I wear. I just barefooted.
Well,
all the
I'm at
time.
a, you know
I
what? I'm
drive
at a
barefooted.
place where
Yeah.
people are wearing suits and ladies got all this really fancy jewelry and, you know, these $200 dresses. And I don't think I paid $2 or $3 for any of the clothes that I have, but I got really nice clothes. I mean, so I had to wear, you know, I had to dress it up a little bit.
When I fly to New York, I usually end up renting a car, and it feels foreign for me to drive with shoes or sneakers, anything on my feet other than barefooted.
Right.
I'm not even sure if it's legal to drive barefooted.
It is. It's illegal. I got in trouble for it.
Okay, well, in that case, I always drive with shoes on.
I have shoes. I always had shoes in the car. There's always shoes in the car. Oh,
I always have shoes on when I'm driving.
Yeah, exactly.
When I moved, before I moved.
See, that's why I'm at an anarchist conference. Who the bleep's gonna tell? They tried to tell me to wear a seatbelt, and I already knew 3 people that didn't make it because they were stuck in their seatbelt. So when they
Another
said
thing
I
I
had
always
to
do, I
wear
always
it,
wear my seatbelt.
yeah, I'm wearing it all the time because I know it's safe. But you know,
course.
one time I rolled my truck, I had my seatbelt. The one time I had my seatbelt on, I rolled my truck 5 times on Dead Man's Curve. Whoa!
Ex-boyfriend died in a car accident.
Somebody's driving with
because he had-
seatbelt on.
died in a
Hey,
car
Mark.
accident because he had a seatbelt on. He was
Good for
partially
you,
ejected
Mark.
He was partially ejected out of the window, and the car rolled over his head.
That's yeah, exactly.
So you
So
never.
again, I see all of these. Even as a kid, I'm like, why are I still don't get laws? I don't get rules. I mean, some of them make sense, but most of them don't. And I'm not.
Simone,
I am not going to follow them.
Simone, I was a firefighter, crash fire rescue in the Marine Corps, and one of the things you learn in fire school is that seat belts cause a lot of deaths because people get trapped in their car and they die because they don't have the proper tool to cut the.
Exactly. I know. It's
You
in the
know,
glove
It's
box
part
and
of
they
the
can't get
eugenics
to it.
program, is what you're saying. Basically, this is part. Seatbelts are part of the eugenics.
They are.
Shoes,
and I would go to
you
court
must-
every time. I would go to court because I would fight. I would fight my speeding ticket. Screw you. That sign is a suggestion. Anyway.
Check this out. No shirt, no shoes, no service, right? So like, you got to wear shoes everywhere you go. When you drive in, when you go into a store. So you've always got that piece of rubber between you and the earth, you know? And no shirt. You can't go in a lot of places with no shirt. I lived in Florida. You never wanted to fucking wear a shirt. It's too sorry, I'm cussing a lot, but it's too hot in Florida, man. And yeah, so but by wearing a shirt, what's happening? You're not getting the full
sunlight
effect of the sun to keep your mental health, your body health, all that going on, man. I mean, is it all a eugenics program?
There's
I don't know, man.
There's a
You know,
lot. That's why we
ultimately-
take care of what you eat, right? You are what you eat. And
Yep.
you know what? If you are going to eat meat, there are ways to get good meat. you know, you don't, I mean, I would never buy meat at Walmart. I would never go to the market, but I found local meat growers, and I would buy mine, you know, if I had to buy, split a cow, split a pig,
Well,
but meat that's raised in a harmonious environment, that are, you know, that are fed good food. I mean, it was just, I mean, I was out there many times when they dispatched the pigs, and it's, you know, I thought, I don't know if I can handle that, you know, that's so sad. But spending the time out there, I realized, you know, these animals are raised with love and respect and good food, and, you know, they pet them and they're good to them. And when they dispatch them, damn it, they put a little bit of food down. That pig is happy as can be. Also affects the chemicals in their body and the taste of the meat, and they're dispatched immediately. And it's, I don't know, to me, it just makes so much sense. It just makes so much sense to be
one thing,
conscious.
You're
I
not
don't mean to
leaving
interrupt.
suffering.
One thing I've heard, and also I used to read. I kind of got into this kind of through David Wilcox and wisdom
like him.
teachings and things like that. And you know, I'm like Greg. I have to say it. I enjoy a good burger, and yes, I like
too.
my pizza every now and then. You know, like
Good pizza.
tonight I had a hot dog. I don't usually have those, but I think right now what I'm doing is I'm eating a lot of the foods that I love, because I know once I get into this fruitarianism and my body starts shifting, I'm not going to want them anymore. But, you know, why
You
not?
will.
One last
I
time,
do.
you know?
I gotta
But
show you.
also, I think if I'm going to eat meat, I bless it. I thank it before I even consume it. I thank the animal. I thank its spirit. I thank it
Bingo.
for providing energy for my body. And I
Yes.
promise it that I will try to use its energy to work for the best of everybody and everything. And that's kind of how I kind of sidestep getting around. You know, I don't want to eat animals, because in Germany once I parked behind a butcher shop by mistake, and they brought a calf out, and I saw how they turned that living calf into a bunch of schnitzel in about 15 minutes, and it wasn't a lot of fun.
You
I
know,
went
it's,
to, go ahead, Greg. I
okay,
talk too
thank you.
much.
You know, getting back to the rule thing, you know, as long, and I get it. You know, some people, I'm watching the chat on YouTube, and some people are saying that seatbelts have saved, you know, their lives, or friends of, you know, their lives as well. And I get
Mine
that.
too.
But ultimately, I think that as long as this is just my opinion, but as long as you're not hurting yourself or others, it shouldn't matter. These rules are ridiculous. Most laws are ridiculous. You know, ultimately, what are the laws that we need to obey? Basically, the universal laws, and that's it.
Right.
And I think that's where we're
Love
headed.
thy neighbor
Yeah.
as thy friend.
It's all about control. They
That's
want
what
to
the
control
anarchists do.
everything. They want to keep us under their thumbs and fighting each other. You know, that's what they want. That's what
Distracted.
Divide
the
and
guys in
conquer.
charge, you know, the people running things.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
it's
I
not the
don't wanna
president,
be
and it's not Pelosi, and it's not Schiff. Those are all puppets. Those are,
Yeah,
those are
I heard
puppets.
somebody told me once that the you know, the president of the United States was down about the 16th level of power in the world.
He doesn't.
You know? There's a lot of folks. You
There's
know,
like
that really run
38
things.
levels. There's like 38 levels of like Secret Service levels or whatever above the president's security clearance. Like there's 38 levels above the president. So don't tell me. And their term is only 4 years. If the president was somebody for real, they'd be in there a lot longer. You know, like Congress. Anyway, I'm kind of being sarcastic.
We all know all that. Look, I think that everything like that, like the corrupt government, the government control, the media, banking industry, all that's going to come crashing down.
I've been thinking that for 30 bleeping years, man. It seems closer, but
it's got to come down to make room for something better. You know, that's the thing.
Well,
you know, something better is coming. Something better is coming.
My life does that, so hopefully that's happening
I
for
saw
me.
that somewhere, Greg.
Yeah, this is an article on In5D. It's called Pyramid of Death, Who Really Runs This World. As always, I'll put all the links down below the video. But
yeah,
you know what we're looking at. You won't even see in this pyramid world leaders, politicians. At the bottom part, you find secret societies, you know, the Freemasons and stuff like that. Committee 300, Council 13, United Nations, Federal Reserve, and other central banks. United Nations, Council on Foreign Relations, Business Advisory Council, Bilderberg's, Vatican, Roman Catholic Church. Even they are not at the top. Where you have lower level malevolent extraterrestrials, Dracos and reptilians, higher level malevolent extraterrestrials like the Anunnaki, archons and invisible matter. But even above the archons, you have somebody controlling them.
Yes.
So, I mean, what we're seeing here is just a small microcosm of the control system that's going on.
It's
massive. But the good thing
and-
is that I think it's all coming to an end. I mean,
Oh yeah.
I think it's been coming in.
You know, once the light is out, the darkness has nowhere to hide. So
yeah, you know, and I think about, you know, a lot of people talk about the Matrix. Don't even worry about the Matrix, because that all just dissolves once this flash happens.
And these are energetic flashes,
yeah,
constant flashes that you're talking about, right, Greg? Like these are
the
energies
event.
coming from other sources
It's
in
the event.
Yeah.
When the event happens.
Some people were saying the sun is going to flash, but what I think it's like what Greg's saying, it's going to be an energetic flash, and it's just going to change everything in a heartbeat. Boom.
You think it's going to go in a heartbeat?
Yep.
You do?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. That's cool. That's cool. I mean, that sounds better than long drawn out.
Every time I say that out loud, it sounds more true to me. I don't know why.
Because I'm still processing. It's still down here, kind of between the first
There's
and
things that
second
are gonna
chakra. I'm
happen.
trying to move it up.
There's things that are going to happen, like this year. We're in this transitory phase. I don't think the event is going to happen this year. I do think it could happen this year, and it could happen very well by the end of 2023, by the time Pluto exits Capricorn.
There you go. There you go.
We're going to see something this year that's going to be magnanimous
around December.
To that point. Actually, I think it's going to start in June.
Okay, well, that's when the movement, but there's some planetary alignments. What, like Jupiter? Oh, you know what? Never mind. That's my chart. But Jupiter, all these planets, all the planets that I have in my natal chart are in Aquarius. December 21st, they're going to be in Aquarius, and I do believe it's Mercury, Jupiter, and Saturn, or Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. And anyway, so but that's still significant. That's still significant. My birth chart forms a pentagram. So anyway. Yeah, this stuff, the influence of the planets is definitely worth paying attention to. If you're not, you might want to start. I don't know. It does show, it does lay some things out. It does bring to light certain things, like it makes sense of stuff.
Well, that reminds me, a week from Sunday, we have the clocks move forward, spring ahead. So we have this. Welcome back, people of the past. Hope you enjoyed falling back. We people of the future welcome you to spring forward and join us. We have flying cars and jetpacks.
Yeah.
So
some state just stop doing that.
For everybody that's in YouTube right now, we are ahead of you. So you guys are in the past, we're in the future. So we're like 5 seconds ahead of you or so.
We had delay.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome.
But time doesn't exist anyway, so.
Right.
No.
Exactly.
Time and space, I kind of equate those to memories somehow. Like it's your memories that create this element of time. You know, like, oh, I remember I have an appointment, so you're seeing in the future. Or, oh, I remember I fell down. That's the past. That's why there's time.
Yeah, well, for me, it's like
memory.
when I'm asleep, right? I have a dream. I think it lasts for like 3 weeks, and then I wake up, and it's only been an hour, you know. But I experience 3 weeks somehow, you know.
Yeah, because exactly, yeah. Dreams have been really, really interesting lately. Like I can pay attention to them a little bit better. If I'm really good, I can go lucid. but that doesn't happen all the time. But I like that.
Oh, yeah.
But I hear there's all kinds of weird stuff going on in the astral as well, because the people, the overlords, the archons, they're aware of us, of our soul or our astral body out in this realm. And apparently there's levels to the astral as well. But I hear that there's manipulation going on in that realm as well.
Yeah, there was a woman on yesterday that was, I believe, traveling to the fourth dimension into the astral realms. And I recommended her this book.
Okay.
It's by Robert Monroe, Journeys Out of the Body.
Okay, Robert Monroe, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard of him.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing I've never done. That's one thing I'd like to do is the, you know, either I've never done a lucid dream and I've never done a astral projection, but
I don't think I came really close. I've explained that one time where I was lifting out of my body and my cell phone rang and I came immediately right
You
back in.
smacked back.
I don't think I was supposed to have.
But lately, I mean, I tell you, I have not really been remembering my dreams for a long time. But like I've been saying, I've been getting a lot of downloads at night, and especially with the high pitch frequencies, and it's just really, I mean, my perspective on everything, it's done like a 180 in about the last 4 months.
At what point did you stop losing, stop remembering your dreams? Because it sounds like you used to be able to, and then all of a sudden you're not able to anymore.
Well, now I just remember them if they're really strange. Like for some reason, I keep dreaming. Of course, I'm back in the Army, and I'm looking for a first sergeant in a room somewhere, and I wander through huge barracks that go on forever. I mean, you know, one of those kind of dreams. Or like the other day, the only one I remember was, for some reason, it was the character Wallowitz from Big Bang Theory. You know, the guy who plays Wallowitz. Well, he was in the Army with me, and we were going out on patrol together. And I was like trying to get him to calm down, you know, that kind of stuff. If it's really strange like that, I remember it. But I remember when I was a kid, I used to dream just about every night, you know, in really fantastic colors. And I had a lot of dreams of flying and things like that. So
see, one thing I've noticed, and this has been really bizarre, and it hasn't really happened much in the past, but it's been happening a lot more lately. I'm curious if anyone watching is experiencing this, but I'll wake up, I'll have a dream and I'll remember it, and I'll wake up. I might go to the bathroom, and then when I go back to sleep, I pick up where that dream left off. That's happened to many of us in the past, but it's happening more and more right now.
Yeah, it used to happen to me when I was younger, and now I'm noticing that as well.
I've never noticed that, but I've noticed a lot of deja vu moments where, you know, I've either dreamed about this happening and it's happening now, or I've done this before kind of thing, you know, that kind of thing. I've had a lot of those kind of experiences all throughout my life, you know, like deja vu, you know.
Right. Phil, you were saying?
Well, I'm just agreeing that I have had, but my dreams have been about process a lot. So, you know, I'm not sure if it's really the same as what you're talking about. But yeah, I'll get up, I'll go to the bathroom, go back to bed, drop back into the dream, wake up all through the night. Pretty much the same dream.
We're all showing our age, getting up to pee. Remember when you didn't have to do that?
That was nice.
You guys don't have to. Carpenters just came up on my screen. I'm guessing you're not getting up at night to pee, right?
Oh yeah, I am.
Anyway, it's like I used to be mad at it, and then I was like, oh no, look at my body is just eliminating all these toxins. Thank you, bladder, for getting rid of all this stuff. So I just put a good
way to restock your wood stove.
Yeah, it's how I know to restock my wood stove at night.
Drink a bunch of water and get up and restock.
Okay. No, that's cool though. I watch a lot of homesteaders. You guys have a YouTube channel?
No.
No.
Okay. I like our privacy. We're very private.
Yeah. But there's a lot of homesteaders. There's a lot of off-gridders sharing their story, and it's great. I've been watching a lot of them. I couldn't understand why I was drawn to that. And I just thought, you know what? That's, to me, you know, growing your own food, raising your own animals, they all have children. It's like, oh, you know, gives me so much hope for the future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a
I
15-year-old.
recommend a channel. if I
Pardon?
could. I said I want to recommend a channel. It's called Simple Tech. And he
Simple Tech.
does a lot of ways to harness the sun for greenhouses, how to build. Yeah, a lot of good stuff on that.
So you're watching that kind of stuff too, Phil?
Yeah, I'm into tiny houses and all that stuff.
Yeah,
that's actually my dream is to live like in a meadow somewhere in Colorado in a tiny house where I'm off the grid and, you know, got my own firewood and, you know, no computer, no television, the stars at night.
It comes with a lot of struggles. YouTube doesn't show a lot of the hard stuff.
Right.
We are 7,500 feet in the air in the mountains. There's no electricity. It's surrounded by Navajo. The closest town is an hour that has anything.
Wow.
But all the struggles that it comes with, like earlier today, we had to dig my truck. I have a 4Runner. Thing doesn't get stuck in anything. I got it stuck. And we had to dig it out before the ground froze. You know, they don't show this stuff on YouTube, but that you have all those struggles. But what I don't have is I don't have the constant vibe of the city. I don't have rent. Everything I've had here, I pay for cash.
Right on. That's everybody's doing. I mean, everybody that I watch is debt free.
Yeah, all that stress, you know, it's like I may struggle at times, but the stress of like, that debt, like I got to pay rent on the first. I got to do this.
I have that, but I have that in a manageable way. I live in Guatemala. I pay $200 a month for a very nice modern apartment where that includes my water. We have a water heater. That's a rarity. We have washer and dryer. We have Wi-Fi. So, and all these modern amenities, $200 a month. I couldn't get a shithole motel for that anywhere.
I was living in ghetto Florida, Titusville, Florida. Greg, if you've ever been through Titusville, Cocoa area.
Oh, yeah.
I was living in the ghetto Section 8 type housing, and that's all I could do. And it was horrible. And there was so much suffering and my own suffering, and just getting away from all of that, I was able to like I knew for years I had to get to the woods to get to know, you know, at the time as a Christian, it was to get to know God. And in a way I have the God, the mind of all the universe, however you want to call it, the spirit, you know, it's been so helpful.
You only find that in nature. You don't find that in the ghetto. You don't find that. Environment is everything. As a Kabbalah student, that is like ingrained into us. And I've expanded that out into my corporeal experience. I'm very picky about where I spend my energy, you know, and who I have around me, because I'm empathic and I can pick things up and I'm fine being a hermit. I'm not really a hermit, but I spend a lot of quality time.
I had to evict a roommate who basically was supposed to be my caretaker because I'm disabled and I was going to pay the rent and she was going to cook and clean, but unfortunately none of that happened. And then she started physically attacking me, and I found out she had a drinking problem. And I just got that's another big change I just made like this month. You know, got my scooters and I got peace and quiet in my home finally.
Nice.
Oh my God. It's a blessing. Yeah. What a blessing.
Yeah. You get to an age, I mean, a lot of people are like, ooh, don't you want a boyfriend? I'm like, no, I've had some great relationships, and I know that when that time comes, I will attract that person into my experience. I have no qualms about that, because right now I am really like getting to know Simone. You know, I thought I'd done that already, but after last year, I did a deep iron pentagram thing for a couple of months, some really deep shadow work. And it was like, I learned a whole new side of myself. Like there's a lot inside, and we hide it in these little crevices inside of us. It's a trip, but you do some.
Well, no, I've been doing shadow work probably for the last 3 years. So I mean, I mean,
right.
I get
Well,
you,
I
you
think
know,
we're
and
always doing it. It was an intense.
learning to love myself, learning to love the shadow. Gotta love the bad and the good, the dark and the light, the the fair, the unfair. You gotta love it all, and it's been a struggle for me. But I'm coming through the other side now, and I mean, I'm not worried about meeting someone someday, because I know the universe. If that's what the universe has in store for me, it's going to happen, and all I can do is try to raise my vibration to the highest possible path so that we intersect each other someday.
Exactly. That's exactly. Yeah, we create it anyway. Yeah, I think that's the exciting part, because my last lover, I documented it. I wrote it down. I wrote down what I wanted, and I put intention behind that. Son of a bitch. It wasn't 2 months later, this man that I had created walked through my door. But I realized I was not particular. I attracted again another alcoholic, but he was sweet as pie, but he still had that. Anyway, it was wonderful. It was a great love affair. And I attracted him, and he literally walked through my front door. So I know that, when that shows up in my life, where I'm ready to share, my very intimate stuff with somebody else right there, which right now that just goes right against my grain. That is not where I'm at, but I know that eventually that will happen again, and it'll be wonderful.
Well, I think the sacred feminine is being incorporated in everybody in a strong way right now, and I think it's calling all of us to maybe look for our twin flames, because that connection between twin flames, that male female energy is unique. It's the energy of creation, and I think we're kind of being called to that now.
I want to tell you guys, like, okay, while we're on this subject, so I told you I moved out here. I spent quite a few years doing my shadow work, staring at the trees, getting, I came out here in a tent, finally we're still building, but
structure.
Went through a lot of stuff, and she also was doing the same thing. About 1,400 miles away in Illinois, and I actually originally dreaded my hair. The top is all free form, because I was in the military and I had a high and tight for 20 years of my life, and then I have 7 dreads that I did that are big, called mix in the Florida style, right? And I did them because Samson had, if you've ever read the Bible, Samson and Delilah, Samson had 7 locks of hair, and that's where his strength came from. And I did that because I was raised by an alcoholic, abusive narcissist, and I have attracted women in my life. I'm 42 now, a lot of bad stuff, a lot of bad abuse for them. They were probably abusive and abused. And so I was at a point to where I had been celibate for a while, long time. And I was praying, and I was just like, I'm going to hold out. And I tried doing a little dating, like somebody suggested I date somebody else. And then I tried dating online, and for the first time in my life, I could walk away from abuse. I was just like, wait, this is not a good relationship for me, something I could never do. And, it's just amazing that I have, through waiting and everything and patience, like manifested this beautiful woman who is so amazing and loving and caring and just awesome. I mean, how many women if you understood like the type of off-grid struggles that aren't on YouTube that people go through, oh my God. And to go through it with such an amazing woman who's so supportive. And together
Awesome.
as we've been getting, to know each other and, and on our journey together, it has just been so amazing because all the time we're looking at each other like we are co-creating the best reality. Like, like we went to Texas. We took a 23-hour trip, drove straight to Texas. We picked up we're not sure yet. It's either a wolf dog or an Akita German Shepherd cross that's a giant. We're not sure yet. We're still working on him. He's hiding right now, but he was a rescue only. But we have, we're friends with people in good places, and we know what we're doing. I'm a dog trainer. She's an animal behavior therapist. So like this life, the co-creating, like what you're talking about, like we created like the life we wanted to do, working with a rescue organization that we started working with in the area for rescuing animals. And we've created all kinds of other stuff too. Like we're going to, so she's going on a trip here. And then when she gets back a little while later, we're going to go spend the night in George R. Martin's house in the king's bedroom.
Cool.
The writer of Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones fan.
Yes.
Huh?
Through a friend of ours out here, because he's a big supporter of the local wolf sanctuary, which is where we each have our own property. And well, it's our property, but before we met, we had our own. So we have one over in a place called Kennedy Kitchen, and there's a wolf sanctuary there, and George R. Martin is a big contributor to the place. And so we're getting to go out there, and it's like I'm this big fantasy nerd. I've read fantasy all my life, and I get to go stay in George R. Martin's king's bedroom.
That's awesome.
And it's like Gary, you guys are talking about co-creating, like, and Simone, the getting to know the shadow work, getting to know each other, yourself, to wait for that, man. I mean, I completely support that because you don't want to take just some person that walks up. You want to take that one that's supposed to walk up.
Right. Exactly. And I trust my intuition. I am 4 years into growing my hair. I have had my hair short forever. And January 2016 was the last time I cut my hair. I was in the Amazon. It was bloody hot. We couldn't afford an air conditioner. I said, screw it. And I cut it all off. But after that, I was like, no, I'm going to grow it. And I didn't go back to the Amazon until 2 years ago when I could pull it up. Anyway, no, this is your intuition, man. This helps your intuition. The dreads apparently give it like an amplification. I don't know.
Testify to that.
The Hebrew men, like all you guys have a beard. That's look at all the, I don't know. I study Kabbalah, so all the rabbi all have beards. They all have a beard.
I see we're joined by new people here, and I'd like to give them a chance to speak. So if you want to join in, you're more than welcome to jump in right now.
The gentleman that was just talking, that's got the dreads on, he was talking about Titusville and Cocoa Beach area. And I don't know how many people besides obviously Greg and them that live in Florida have experienced vortexes in Florida, specifically in Cocoa Beach. I travel around a lot and I go fishing.
To God, I used to call Brevard County a vortex because I tried for so long
to
leave, and I could not leave. I called it a vortex.
Is that where Sarasota is?
No.
No, it's over by
it's
exactly
it's over by where they launch
center.
Yes. It's over where they launch over there. But there's a couple of areas over there. When you drive into it, you're in it and you can feel it. It's almost a dizzying feeling. When I was living in St. Cloud, I had a couple of weird experiences there was a bird that was actually caught inside my lanai, and my entire backyard was screened in. And me and my dog, I had my arms up, both arms up, and I was going towards the bird, and it disappeared. And I looked at the dog, it still had my arms up. I looked at the dog, and the dog looked at me, and she started sniffing around. I looked for that damn bird for 3 days. 3 days. I thought I was going crazy. I was like, maybe it broke its neck. Maybe it's somewhere, you know. I looked for that bird for 3 days. Okay, so there's another incident that happened. We're talking about time travel. Time travelers. I was driving down the road at a stop, and then I hit a stoplight, and there I was, the second car back, 3 rows of us, and then obviously on the other side of the road there was a ton of rows, and this gentleman come running out of nowhere. He was wearing those old red Nike tennis shoes, regular pair of jeans, white t-shirt, and he did a figure 8 in the middle of this intersection, and he disappeared again. Every single person in traffic that day, we didn't know whether to go or not. We all just sat there wondering what just happened.
Wow.
So I came home, and my mom had come out to stay with me from Arizona. And I came in, and I looked like I seen a ghost because it just kept happening over and over, all these strange events. Now I'm in Tampa. Obviously, I haven't ventured too far yet. But the vortexes out here are incredible. There's a lot of weird happenings that happen here that's never happened anywhere else. And I've lived in quite a few different states. But the experiences here are pretty incredible. What do you have, Greg? Anything like that?
I'm looking it up online right now, and I'm trying to find it. So just bear with me for a second. But there is something that I think you'd find pretty interesting.
Coral Castle.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty weird.
You know, they were saying that Scientology church is sitting on a ginormous vortex. The entire church.
Where's that at?
The Scientology church. The Church of Scientology. I don't know, the one that Tom Cruise goes to. I don't know. I can't remember. I don't know all the cities here, but it's here in Florida like somewhere.
Oh, wow.
Clearwater's like the main mecca for Scientology, but this is something that's interesting that you'll find on the Emerald Guardians website. Stargate 2 is in Sarasota, Florida.
Yeah, that's what I was just.
It's the Atlantis Stargate.
Really?
Yeah, and you can here's even the exact longitude and latitude. So if you're on the main beach, it's a little north of the main beach and out in the Gulf. About, I don't know, maybe 6-7 miles out in the Gulf of Mexico. So I thought you.
I was going to say, can you post that on your Facebook?
What's that?
I was going to say, can you post that on your Facebook? Just kidding.
I think you can now.
Bad joke. I would love to, but no, I can't.
When are you going to get out of Facebook jail, Greg?
1 week from today.
All right.
Yeah. So anyone, if you can post links to In5D of anything, I'd appreciate it because I can't on Facebook.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll start doing
Yeah, Castle's a good idea, to go down there, but we have a Stargate right here in Sarasota, right off.
Oh my gosh. So I haven't been across any of the bridges over here. They look a little intimidating.
They're fun.
But I have yet to venture out. Huh?
I said they're fun. When I first went to Florida, that tripped me out. All the bridges you have to go on to. Like we went to Clearwater, but we went up like to Indian Rocks Beach or whatever, all on that side. St. Pete's Beach. I forgot. There's a bunch of them.
I haven't been to any of them yet, but I've only been here for 4 days, so.
Oh, wow.
Just got here, literally. Yeah. So I'm curious to kind of do a little bit of exploring. Anybody that's got anywhere that I could go, just send me areas. Go here, Rhonda. Go there, Rhonda. You'll love it.
Where
But, yeah, I
are you
haven't been to the
exactly,
beaches yet.
Rhonda? Where are you?
Huh?
Where are you?
I'm where am I? I'm in Town and Country, which is like
North Tampa.
I'm literally right off the water, so I can fish right out of the backyard here, which is kind of cool. It's on a channel here in Tampa.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's.
So you're
yeah.
like, so you're
We
like
went-
45. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna
45
say, we vacationed a lot in that area and drove all over the place. So I see Town and Country by Citrus Park. Yeah.
So you're about probably like 40 minutes from Clearwater and maybe an hour from St. Pete Beach, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Madeira Beach, we used to stay there.
The freeways do not look overwhelming, so
We're,
It's
it was a long drive.
I-4
sure.
malfunction junction you want to stay away from. But
It's a real
where did you come in from?
Arizona.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah, I was out there for 6 months. My dad was in end of life care. So I was here originally. And then in June of last year, I drove down and did the whole end of life thing. And he passed away in November. And I'm back. So
I would
now I'm in
recommend.
the side instead of the Orlando side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Gulf Coast is a completely different energy than the Atlantic side. But the Tampa area has its own energy. I'm not crazy about that area personally.
Okay.
And I would recommend, just travel up and down. Like James was saying, that Titusville area, I'm not crazy about that either. But
Right.
like down here, anywhere from like below, like I'd say maybe Riverview or Brandon south on the Gulf Coast is pretty good. Yeah.
Okay, so what about Bradenton? I was actually looking there.
That's good.
I like Bradenton.
Anna Maria
That's a
Island
nice little
right there.
place.
I do too. I've done a lot of, I've actually been looking for a house to rent, and I just keep going back to the Bradenton area for some reason. I haven't been down there. I need to drive down there and go take a look. But
yeah,
the bridges
Bradenton
are a
has
little
everything you need.
overwhelming, you know?
I like
A little
crossing the
overwhelming.
Sunshine Bridge.
You know, I lived in Minnesota for 18 years, and the bridges that I had the hardest time crossing over collapsed.
Oh yeah,
So-
on the 35. Yeah, I was living in Iowa then.
You know, I'm a really good swimmer, so I don't know about my truck, but I'm a good swimmer.
So there's a person on
If you can
YouTube by the name of the flight attendant call button. He said, Southwest Florida and the Keys are the real deal. East Coast and Tampa, stay away. I agree.
Yeah.
And Orlando.
Hey, you know what?
Orlando's
I've
not
got
that great.
a little tidbit to add to that. You know, I had gone to Melbourne Beach. It was in December when I first got to Florida. It was a couple of years ago, and I had stepped on a shell, and it broke, and a tiny little piece of it went into my toe, on my right foot. And I dug it out, which felt like a shark tooth, by the way. And every single time I fell off on my right foot, the doctors don't know what it is. They don't know how to treat it. Every time they grow back, they fall off from that beach. From that beach.
Wow.
So at least I didn't get any kind of like skin eating disease or whatnot. But so yeah, I just put on some fake toenails the other day, and I'm kind of feeling whole.
Well, maybe that'll stop after a while. Maybe, I don't know, like use some baking soda. Put a little tiny bit of baking soda in your water.
I've tried everything. I have tried everything.
Well, I think it's going to take a little while. I think it's one of those things. I've had some weird things too.
Yeah, I think it was probably the red tide, but you know, what was left over on those beaches over there. But I agree with you, Greg. The Titusville and the Cocoa Beach area, it's really creepy. And it's not a feeling that, it's a different feeling. It's despair when you go through those areas. Very unsettling energy, I've noticed. But
I would like to also suggest, if you get a chance, the cypress swamps. If you can get out in the woods where the old cypress are still, where some old cypress are still at. I mean, those some of those trees that there's a few left that are like 1,000 years old, and there's good energy in those spots. But that's you got to drive out of town and stuff for that usually.
There's
Sharon
a
is
lot to be
saying-
said for trees.
Sharon on YouTube is saying that she lived in Ormond Beach for 25 years. The east coast of Florida is horrible. There's got to be some nice places though, but the West is a whole different feeling, laid back, and I totally agree that at least the Southwest Florida is completely laid back. It's nothing like New York, where I'm from.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm looking for. You know, I'm looking for something that's really peaceful, somewhere where I can kind of feel the energy and feel a little bit more at home, you know. St. Cloud was really, really busy. I didn't really like the Kissimmee area. And, but yeah, you're talking about spirit energy, boy. You know, I've got so many stories from being in Arizona and with obviously the passing of my dad. Oh my gosh, there was just so much. I've always been able to see and not hear. And now it's kind of switching to the opposite. I'm able to hear and not see. And I'm not exactly sure why that's happening. So,
what are you hearing?
You know, spirits. I can hear them now, but I can't see them anymore. I used to only be able to see them.
All right.
And now,
what have you heard recently?
Yeah. I hear multiple people talking at the same time. Many, not just like 3 or 4, but like you're in a crowded room. I can hear them all. So I don't really pick up on any one conversation that's directed towards me. You just hear them. So I even went so far as actually getting that ghost app.
Do you have the TV on in the background?
I do now, yeah. And I
was
sleep
going to
with
say,
it on too.
I hear those same voices.
Do you hear it?
Yeah, I do. If you could
Hey,
shut your
smart
TV
Alex.
off, that'd be, yeah.
I leave it on. And I even sleep with the light on now.
Can you mute it while you're talking?
Oh, she's off for
I can.
Okay, thank you.
A place
Is it
I would
super loud?
suggest, Rhonda,
What?
a place I would suggest is Casadega, Florida. Maybe if you have the ability to drive around and check places out, Casadega, Florida has a high concentration of spiritual stuff going on, as far as like card readers and people doing all kinds of really cool stuff. If you want to get around and look, that's a really nice community from what I understand. I
Good
went there once with
suggestions.
my cousin.
Casadega, where the heck is that?
Kind of like an hour and a half north of the Brevard County, Titusville area, north of Daytona.
Oh wow. Okay.
So, up towards
Yeah, like
there.
you're headed out to Jacksonville area.
Kinda, yeah.
You know, ironically enough, I worked in Florida for 10 years before I actually got here. So I'm very
did you
familiar
do?
with all the areas. Auto glass. Do you remember Coast to Coast Auto Glass?
No.
Yeah, it was back in the day. Yeah, did auto glass for a very long time here. Made a lot of money.
Wow. I had the back of my 4Runner break out today. The part that goes up and down for the tailgate, it just busted, just spontaneously busted.
It's too cold.
Yeah.
Froze.
Hot cold.
James,
It'll
James,
get. Yeah.
you need to send me an email at philchris58@gmail.com and I'll send you a Reiki Oregon pyramid free cost.
Awesome.
Oh, Casadega, yeah. I love maps.
I'm telling you,
I find it. But I didn't find. I was way north.
So you're down in Tampa. You probably just take I-4 to whatever this is right here.
I'm cool. I'm gonna look around here. I've got a lot of exploring to do around here, actually. So I'm kind of curious as to where I'm going to find what kind of vortexes we're going to find out here. But I'm dying to go to the beach. I'm dying to go to the white sandy beach.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. I see your tan. Lift up your arm, Greg. Just do it. Look at that. I thought I'd seen that. He's all red. Now you need to lay on your back with your arms up and kind of even it out.
Put your arms up when you're sitting on the beach playing guitar.
Right. I've been
playing
working on
bocce ball.
mine
I'm
too.
walking around like
I'm
this
still
playing
working
bocce.
on it. I got 2 more weeks here.
One of these days, I'm going to come down to your beach, Greg.
Yeah.
Number 1
Can I
beach.
get enough? Yeah, the one with the main beach. You said it had a tree on it.
The tree. Yeah. You can't miss it.
The tree.
The tree. Yeah.
Interesting.
It's the only tree on the beach.
Yeah. It's the only tree on the beach.
Basically. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it looks like it's been good to you.
Yeah. I don't actually go to the main beach very often, but
Yeah.
you know, occasionally for the drum circle.
The drop circle. Is that
Drum
what it
circle.
is?
Yeah.
Oh, the drum circle.
Yeah.
Okay. How often do you do that?
They have drum circles.
How many people show up?
Every Sunday, and there's anywhere from probably 700 to 1,500, depending on the time
Oh,
of the year.
neat.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
incredible. I've never.
That's awesome.
That is.
Those are people that show up. There's only, well, I'd say maybe 75, 100 drummers sometimes. I don't know.
Okay.
Wow.
Pretty good. That's pretty good. I've
When
never,
it's really, really busy, yeah. So
yeah.
other times you might get 15, 20 drummers. I don't know.
I only ever seen
Wow,
like a
that's cool.
bunch of people in Maui at Little Beach. It's a hike to get there. You have to go up a lava tube. I did it. Anyway, and it's a clothing optional beach, and they had some pretty good drum circles there. One time we had a drum circle and the humpback whales. We could hear the humpback whales. They were close in. I don't know if they were joining our drum circle or not, but it was kind of awesome.
That's cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
It is.
Hey, Phil,
Yeah.
what was your email again?
Phil, it's PHILCHRIS58@gmail.com.
Did you get it?
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. No, I'm happy to send them out.
That's awesome.
Yeah, thank you so much.
In the United States. I'm not shipping free out of the state, out of the United States. That's expensive.
I'm jealous of your tan, Greg.
We don't even have a real
So jealous.
mail.
I miss my tan, my Florida tan.
Well, living in Florida, you'll get it back quickly.
Should I?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good. I miss it. I'm so white.
Well, you
I
know,
was in Arizona. You'd think that I would be a lot darker, but at 122 degrees in the summertime, it was so hot. Like I don't even, the 6 months that I was there, they were saying that over 600, almost 700,000 people had moved into the Maricopa County, which is the Phoenix area from California.
Maricopa County.
Going there tomorrow.
In 1 year.
Yeah.
My
I
dad.
don't know why, because it was like sitting in an oven, 450-degree oven. It was horrible. There's no tan there.
Well, you know,
I had to come back to Florida to get a tan.
a lot of people say that here in Florida, you know, in the summertime, it's so hot and humid, but you know what? I've seen it hotter and more humid in upstate New York, where I'm from, on certain days than it is here in Florida. It's going to be hot and humid no matter where you go. But to trade that off for, so we got like maybe 4 months of hot and humid, but we have 8 months of amazing weather.
Right.
Exactly. That's when my best tans came, was in the winter. I spent a lot of time on the roof.
I grew up
That's
in
why I'm doing the
Vegas.
fruitarian diet. I'm working on my beach body.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I get into the hundreds around here, the humidity, it's just horrible. Horrible.
I remember Iowa.
Summer now.
You had to cut the air You literally had to cut that air. It was so thick and humid.
Yep.
In Vegas,
Yeah.
they call it a dry heat, but after 100 degrees, it's freaking hot. I don't care how dry that air is.
Yeah.
I used to live in Vegas. I didn't think it was that bad when it was like 116. Honestly.
That's
You know,
not, you know what?
if the
Anything over
humidity was
105 is
down,
not
when you
really
had the
bad
air
once you're used to it. But
I hated it. I had aversion. I just didn't like the desert. I like
you're
trees.
a sun worshiper. Look
I
at
like
you
it
though.
hot. Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah.
I don't think your color has changed in, I don't know, 8 years.
Yeah. Well, I love Florida. I really do. Florida is beautiful, amazing. Yeah. I love it. It does my soul good. I couldn't imagine being like, for example, where I'm from tonight, they're expecting a low of -2. I couldn't imagine.
Who does that stuff? Yeah.
Yeah.
I whine at 50.
Us.
Right.
Yeah, I bet
Right.
you do.
Yeah. 46 below in the wintertime in Minnesota. And the kids always got screwed over on Halloween. So we ended up having to always take them trick-or-treating at the malls, and they really hated it. And you know what's really funny is, you know, obviously I grew up in Arizona as a teenager, and then I raised my children in Minnesota. And I always gravitate back to Arizona, and they always gravitate back to Minnesota. And they're like, Mom, you need to come up here. And I'm just like, I'll come visit. I ain't doing it. I did 18 years shoveling that snow. I couldn't even bribe you guys with money.
Yeah, my
You guys
daughter's in
live there.
my daughter's in
Huh?
upstate New York, and I go up and visit her for like a week or so, and that's
In the
it's
winter?
okay. I can go up there in the wintertime for a week. That's fine.
That's cool.
I know that the
That's
light at the end of the tunnel is here in Florida, and it's called the sun.
Yeah. Even the rainy season in Central and South America, it's not like it rains torrents all day, every day. You know, it's usually really nice in the morning, and you know, then the rain comes. But
So, hey, I see we have a person here. Mark, are you driving right now? You're drinking. Are you driving?
looks like it. He's
Mark?
drinking and driving. No.
There you are.
Oh, shit.
He's even wearing a seatbelt.
What's going on, Mark? Are you driving
Talk to
right
us.
now?
Doesn't look like he's
Hello.
There he is. Hey, Mark.
Greetings. Yeah, greetings.
Hey, how are you?
Sorry, I've been driving. I'm on my way to work, so I had to pull over to recharge my AirPods.
Yeah,
How's
don't want
everybody?
you getting in trouble there, you know. Or
He's drinking coffee.
yeah.
No tea, but thank you.
Maybe.
Okay. Where are you from?
Right now, I've been in North Dakota for 7 years, so I work in
Okay.
the oil and gas.
North Dakota.
Ah.
You betcha. No.
You work in oil and gas,
Betcha.
huh?
Yeah, I work. I'm gonna do a career change here pretty soon. So
Well, you're gonna have to, because you know soon the water-powered cars are coming.
that's right. Yeah, we're waiting.
And the
All
electric
free
cars
energy
are already
devices.
here.
I thought they were here. Yeah, they were here a long time ago.
I'm driving an electric car right now that's provided by my boss.
Oh,
Nice.
Nice.
That's good. You work for a
Yeah.
gas and oil company, and you're in an electric car. I love it.
That's right. It's a Prius. It's a hybrid, but yeah, it's an electric vehicle.
So this is your first
Nice.
time on our live chat.
Yeah, welcome. I've been following you for over 5 years now. All your work that from the very beginning. So
Awesome.
Right on.
kind of silently watching in the background as everybody
Okay.
else.
Well, you know I saw you there, and you're driving, and you know I wanted to bring you in, but I didn't want you to, you know, focus on us instead of the road.
Right, I know. Well, obviously it's illegal. So if I do audio, just go to my camera.
Well,
off
we
mode
would
or
never do
off
that.
with audio. But yeah,
No.
no one ever broadcasts live when they're driving anywhere
Right,
in the world.
right.
So yeah.
Oh.
Well, here
Yeah,
on
right.
In5D, we always obey the law.
Yeah.
Always wear our seatbelt.
Always wear our seatbelts. Never
Exactly.
drive barefooted.
Yeah, always drive the speed limit.
Yep.
At least the limit of the car's capability.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right. So hey to everyone out there on YouTube. I commented for several months, always out in the chats. And I had a Zoom account, but never really. I used it once for an Ascension class that I took with David Wilcock, I think over a year ago. But yeah,
Oh,
that
yeah, I
was the
took
only
that
time.
class.
Did you? Were you in that? Yeah, that was a good. It was a good
Yeah, I
one.
thought
It was
it
a
was
lot
good.
of new material. Yeah.
Well, some of it was new. Yeah.
Yeah. And
I
then
mean,
having Elizabeth, his wife, come in and host too, that was pretty cool.
Oh, yeah.
During the,
Oh,
during the
nice.
thing, yeah, too.
She's humanized him.
Yeah, she did. It was a good class. But all of us coming together in this, like you said, this unity right now across the world, all the different aspects of the consciousness community is. I go to the conferences too, so we should be spreading awareness to everyone. I broadcast on an app called Live Me, to spread this to people who are unaware, not the choir, so to speak, like us, people that don't know this information. I try to get it out there, and I drop little breadcrumbs for people to follow here and there. But like all of you, I have my own awakening story that happened 5 years ago, and that's when my journey started. So
I was going to ask you what led to that.
well, it's a long story. It takes me sometimes. I can do a quick version in a half an hour, but like the longer version takes almost an hour. But yeah, after a cathartic moment in my life, which is my passing of my wife, I moved out here for a fresh start. And yeah, for lack of a better word, I was contacted by my star family one night because I switched from day shift to night shift, and I've been an amateur astronomer since I was a little kid. And
How did they contact you?
I was just one night staring up at the night sky and, being depressed because I was still in, grief and everything like that. And I was just reaching out with my consciousness like I used to do, and I started seeing these like shooting star, lights, like blue, green flashes. They were just like overhead. I'm like, the first one or two, I thought, oh yeah, that's just a shooting star. You just play it off and you're like, that's cool. I made my wish, my intention on the star when you see it like that. And then it started to happen again and then again. And I'm going, well, that's not a coincidence. That's something else. So then I started just greeting, with like I'm greeting you guys with my hand and said hello. And then with my inside voice all at the same time. And I noticed that it was starting to, my star family, which became, just like anybody, they're just like a regular family. They started to do more and more dive bombing of the lights, literally right over the top of me on the side I was at. And so I said, well, this is not, it's too much of a coincidence. So then that was the very beginning of it. And it's a long process. I have diaries and I have photos and videos, but there was like a honeymoon period, I call it, of at least eight months. But the first year was like really the honeymoon period. And so I just try to tell my story to everyone so they know that all that stuff's real. All the elemental beings and everything else that you can contact, they're all there. You got to reach out with your consciousness if you're outside. Of course, ground yourself as you all know, and just have good intentions. And the benevolent beings are always going to be there to contact you. In fact, I still get very emotional talking about them because it's like talking about a family member. They're always there. I see them almost every week. And there's all kinds of other things. It would take me an hour to explain all the synchronicities. I have spirit animals that are out here that literally follow me around everywhere when I'm out here at work. So it's like, yeah, it's crazy. And it sounds so far out, but you guys are the consciousness community. You've heard all the far out stuff. It's the people that haven't, the people I meet on an airplane when I'm taking a flight and I start to share the story if they haven't seen it and stuff like that. So
do you feel like after your wife passed that she had some help in aligning this?
Absolutely, Greg. That's what I feel that deeply inside of that. She was instrumental from the other side. She was a very connected person too. She was like, honey, you gotta see this. And like, yeah, and Black and Cherokee Indian. She had this. So I'm not saying that influenced her, but she was very intuitive, like a lot of us are. And she actually maintained that she was going to pass before me, our entire marriage. And I never really, I'm like, oh, okay, because that was the old me. Also, my life changed 180 degrees from what it was in the past. So I became a new person with a new personality. Not necessarily a walk-in. I think really my higher self, with her helping from behind the scenes, actually downloaded. I got all the downloads that you guys all hear about. I just basically think I got a little bit more of my higher self injected into me. That's what, that's my feeling on it. And then my personality and everything changed. But she always said she was going to go before me, and I'm like, yeah, I just put it off the whole time. And then it happened, and of course I was in shock, like everyone else. So.
Do you find it almost impossible to talk to anyone in the oil and gas industry about it?
That's the funny thing. I have this really, everybody sees things under the prism of their own distortion of reality and their own, reality bubble, as Corey Good likes to say. But we see that. And so my roommate actually saw the same lights and crafts going overhead, because we have it a lot up here in North Dakota. You can just come like you can in Washington. You can witness them if you have a good keen eye. And he called them heavenly hosts because he actually had in his own encounter with Jesus when he wanted to kill himself years ago. So I think that we see it always under the prism of whatever our distortion of reality is. And I asked them a couple of questions. These are the two messages they gave me telepathically. I said, how many of you are there? And they said, we are legion. You can interpret that whatever way you want. And then the other question I asked was, what do you want me to know? And I wrote this down in my diary. They said, all is one, one is all, and all is love. And I know that's the message but I wasn't studying it yet at that time. I hadn't even heard about Corey Good. I hadn't really researched the law of one. So to me, it was brand new. And so what I'm trying to say is a lot of us starseeds, we're all waking up around the same time. Like you've said before, many times in your articles and your other interviews, that from 2012 on, everyone's getting these, shoves or pushes from our higher selves and our star families and everything else. So yeah, literally, I'm here to tell you, this stuff's going to happen. It seems very likely that, what we've been hearing about. It might be unfortunate because we don't want to see any cataclysms happen, but it seems like we did all incarnate during this timeline for all this.
We were put here, for a reason. Yeah. That's what my mother told me when I was a little girl. I had gifts when I was young. And she told me that we were all handpicked by God to be here at this time. And now it all makes sense.
This is a really big year too. I think more than ever. It's just exponentially increasing the awakening. And that's ultimately what's going to trigger the event.
Well, I'm going to say I came here. This kind of relates back to Dolores Cannon, and I heard her speak on YouTube some time ago, and she talked about the wanderers, and that just resonated with me greatly. And I've found that I'm
still wandering.
The Syrians and the Lyrians, so the lion beings and the blue beings, if you want, the blue whale. I definitely felt that connection. So yeah, we're in the mix of it. And I think it is happening now, for some of us anyway. Yeah.
And more are waking up every day, Phil. You're absolutely right. That's adding to the millions of people around the world. So yeah.
I mean, I'm seeing it on the bus. I'm seeing it everywhere. So yeah.
Right. And you know what? More and more, these conversations with perfect strangers are becoming so interesting. Everybody's waking up and they're waking up.
That's
I get so excited.
We
used to be the crazy people.
Right? We had such a day that I really wanted to just get on here and talk to you guys. I was actually going to ask questions and this and that about, like, does anybody have any something to say about this day that happened? Like, explain the events, everything surrounding. I was actually going to ask, but I didn't have to ask because there were so many synchronicities that me and her just like, okay, yeah, we were supposed to be here talking, man. Yeah. We were supposed to be here listening, and
that's it. I'm so glad for everyone that joins in on these conversations. This is what it's about. This is Soul Family. This is Star Family, bringing Star Family together. We get new people. It seems like every time we do this, I see new faces on the YouTube chat, and eventually they'll come over and they'll join in, because everyone's got amazing stories. Everyone's got their codes and their voices and what they look like. Everyone's got codes that we're sharing with one another. And this is huge. It has to happen right now. And this is helping to, once again, exponentially increase our probability for the event happening sooner than later.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
That's great. I love this. Digging it.
My awakening was when I was 3.
Was when?
Was when I was 3, and I still remember it. My grandmother, no, she wasn't my grandma. She was my mother's aunt. Popped in my room, and I had a conversation with her. And I had gone downstairs to eat breakfast, and told my mom that she had said hello, and she wanted to let you know that she was okay. And then I went outside to play, and that was when Mom found out she died the night before. I've always known I was different. I've always been able to feel from thousands of miles away what was going on with my sister or my brother or my friends, and call in the middle of the night and find out what's going on in a panic, knowing something was wrong. So I've just been digging ever since. You know, I've had multiple, obviously growing up in Arizona, multiple UFO sightings, and I'm not talking far away, close up. And they're still so vividly. And my mom said that. She says, well, I've never seen one. No one in this family has seen one. You're special. Because I spent all my time looking. But a lot of people, they don't see them. They don't see, I don't know, I guess I was always known as just a strange person because of just everything that I was always open to as a child. So I raised my kids. I used to throw energy balls at them when they were babies and learned how to catch them, you know, and they grew up strange kids, and now they're trying to wake up. So it's just, we've all got the gifts. Either we got them, or we just woke up later to them. You know, people push down to being weird or strange. You stop telling people about how you feel or how you are or whatnot, and then they have their awakening, and then they get a hold of you 10 years later, and they're like, you know, you remember that story you told me? Well, that just happened to me, and I thought of you. And they don't know where to go with it. So what do? Is you explain to them, obviously, all this knowledge that we've learned over the past how many decades, bringing people closer to the truth and the information. You just give them links, let them learn, and it's like a sponge, and everybody's waking up, and it's just the most phenomenal thing ever. You know, gives me goosebumps talking about it.
Yeah, it's exciting watching this happen on such a large scale across the world.
Yeah. Yeah. Across the world. And that's it right there. You know, everyone, like I have this one group, it's from Germany. I'm on because I'm learning German, which is a lot easier than Spanish. I gave up on Spanish.
Wow.
And yeah, it's actually really fun, and I can make out half of what they're saying, but they're waking up to, the whole world is waking up. Everybody's awake, you guys.
Yeah.
Not just
well,
them.
not everybody, but the young people are especially. I see it more in the young people. I mean, people my age, a lot of them are, but there's a lot of not so
close.
But, you know, it's all necessary. It's all necessary. So it's however that works.
You're kind of right about that, because when I told my dad and my mom for the first time, my mom is more closer to me, but my dad, he's older. He's 81 here pretty soon, and it's funny because it's the exact opposite. Because when he was younger, him and I would have discussions about UFOs, and he's the ones that opened me up to the mysteries of the pyramids and everything when he was much younger. But it seems like he got a little bit more narrow-minded. Or myopic as he got older, but I tried to tell him that's there. There's a part of him, there's a sliver of him that still knows what I'm telling is the truth. He just doesn't want to believe it. So you stay kind of in your own little illusion, you know. You just so but I took my mom out one night and one of my Star Family crap powered up, and I said, "Did you see that?" She's like, "Yeah, I saw it." So you can, you know, if you have to be open-minded to it. If you're not open, you're probably not going to see it. You know, if you're going to be closed off,
probably
to experiencing it. So
that makes a lot of sense, actually.
Well, it makes it difficult when you're dating too. How do you have that conversation with people who are very, very Christian, who and I'm not saying believing in the Bible is wrong. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying I don't believe what you believe. I just believe more. And then what's the next conversation? People think you're crazy. You know, give up on the dating part of it. No,
it's funny because my first girlfriend that I had since her and I, yeah, you're right. I tried to convince her, and that's what you never try to convince someone, because then, you know, it causes problems. So yeah, so don't just let them, you know, get there on their own. Yeah, because it's not going to work. Yes, no matter how much you try. So.
My second wife was from the Bible Belt, Arkansas, and she was highly religious. And I went church shopping with her to find a church that I felt comfortable in. To this day, I've never found one. But I just want to welcome aboard. I see we have another person here, the flight attendant. I saw you chatting on YouTube in the chat. Awesome. You made it on here to the live Zoom.
Yeah. Hi. How's everybody?
Hey, congrats for making it here. Thank you for joining us.
My mom actually introduced me to your channel. She's
cool mom.
Her and I kind of went through our awakening kind of at the same time. So it's been really interesting, and she's in Newport Richey.
Okay.
So I'm down here for a little bit, visiting my grandmother. He passed away about 3 years ago, and I believe that's pretty much where I think my awakening really started.
What happened specifically?
Well, he passed away, and I was living in San Diego at the time. I'm not a flight attendant anymore, so. That's another story in itself, which I believe was like my activation point. So I think I started questioning death when he passed away. I started to not believe in life after death and all that. And then there was an incident on a flight that I was working on that happened. And I'm no longer with United Airlines anymore, but it's a long story. You know how they say when this whole new energy that's coming in, the veil is thinning, the systems are breaking down, the government, the money system, everything. I'm just going to say that I'm sort of in the middle of the corporation part, and I'm battling a legal battle with them. Let's just put it that way.
Hey, did you ever hear any pilots talking about UFOs?
No, you know what? We used to have where you can listen, where passengers can actually tune in and listen to the chatter on the what's going on in the cockpit.
That's a long time ago.
They took that away like a few years ago. I don't know why, so, but I will say though, down in Florida is probably, I've had an experience. I was driving on 95 coming home from Key West, and I was heading home to Chicago, and I swear this thing looked like a comet coming in really fast. I look over to the east, I'm driving down 95, and I'm like, it's going fast, and then it slowed down. And there was a tail behind it, so it looked like a comet. But it just all of a sudden just slowed down, and I had my phone out, I'm taking a video, I pressed record, I saw the time clock going, so I'm like, cool, it's recording. And I can't even remember how long it was, but after it stopped, and then it just shot straight up. And I looked at my phone, and it was at 0 minutes. I didn't have my video.
Oh man.
But, so
it always happens that way.
I know some people believe in the bad ETs and the good ETs. I think they're all good, honestly. I think they're here to warn us, but they can't interfere. They just can't. There's something, Dolores Cannon speaks about that there's no interference allowed.
What do you mean warn us? Warn us about what?
like warn us, not warn us, but like here to let us know that they're watching over us.
Okay. Yeah.
But you know, they can't interfere. And sometimes for the collective, I believe it's okay for people like us to see the videos or to understand what's going on, but in the masses, you know, they can't interfere. Dolores Cannon, I believe, talks about non-interference and things like that. So maybe there's something, they did something to my
She also talked about they came up with an ingenious way of coming in to help as well. And that was by incarnating in these waves of volunteers. So, you know, a lot of these volunteers that came in, this is their first time incarnating to this planet because they were ETs basically, but incarnating as humans.
I think it was either a message from home. I'm very connected to Sirius. I'm a Leo, and Sirius, they talk about the lions and the felines and things like that.
The feline.
I'm a triple Cancer and Sun Leo. So a Mercury Cancer, Mercury Cancer, Moon Cancer, and Ascendant Cancer.
Wow.
And Jupiter is my midheaven.
You're the first other triple that I've met. I'm the triple Libra. So yeah.
I'm the second, Greg.
Earlier, I think I was watching another video of yours earlier. So I'm really glad my mom introduced me to your channel. I've been
you have a cool mom.
Your journey.
Yeah, I just said that. You want a cool mom.
Yeah. Oh yeah. She's great. She's definitely amazing. I want to say my grandfather has probably been the biggest part, I think, in the last 3 years since he's passed on, helping me through this awakening.
Has he
was very
contacted
devout
you
Catholic,
since he passed? Has he contacted you?
Yes. Yes. When I was living in San Diego, so he was in the Marine Corps during Vietnam, and he was actually in Guantanamo Bay during the Cuban Missile Crisis. And I actually have a picture of him. He's on a magazine, and the priest is blessing his platoon because 5 minutes they thought it was done. It was the end. And I still have that. It's framed and everything. It's called the Leatherneck magazine. It's the Marine magazine. But he was stationed in, gosh, what's the base called in San Diego, the Air Force base there?
Verona or Cordova or?
No, it's north of San Diego.
The Presidio?
Pendleton.
Pendleton.
I lived in San Clemente.
I was driving with my partner at the time, and we were driving up. We were just taking a coastal trip from San Diego. We wanted to take 101 all the way up to LA. And so we got lost. We didn't use any GPS. I said, let's just go out and venture out today. And we were getting lost and getting turned around. And 10 minutes before we ended up at Camp Pendleton, I was talking to him about my grandfather. I'm like, I think my grandfather was stationed around here somewhere. And I shit you not, we ended up at Camp Pendleton, lost. And then I said, this is it. This is Camp Pendleton. And then we drove all the way to LA. And then on the way home at night, we got lost again. And now it's dark. So like, we can't remember the streets we were on previously or anything. We then ended up at the guard shack at Camp Pendleton. I mean, it was
No accident.
I mean, I was crying. I mean, at that point I was started to cry because I just knew. And we were in my grandfather's vehicle because when he passed away, I ended up taking over the car payments because my grandmother couldn't afford it. So I ended up taking over the car payments. So
he was driving basically.
He was driving, yeah. He was driving.
Fascinating.
Through whoever, probably you that was driving, is driving through you, bringing you back. Yeah, leaving a message. That's cool.
I think so, and I just know from there that's where it started. But I want to say my activation was definitely on that flight. I had like how sometimes you have the out of body experience. Everything's kind of heavy, and you're there, but it just seems like nothing's real, and you're kind of like watching yourself
in a movie.
Yeah.
Like an observer.
Flight 1128. I'll never remember it. And I'll say my separation ended up on 1127. So the incident happened in September. on flight 1128, and then in November of 1127 was sort of like me and the company saying goodbye, we part ways. And then on 1128 was the day that I kind of felt like something was lifted off my shoulders. So I'm very big in the numbers too. This morning, I was tossing and turning. I woke up and I looked over at the clock. It was 333. And I'm 33 right now, and 333, 444. I've been seeing them like crazy.
That's a huge year, a birth year. The 30th. My daughter was conceived on my 33rd birthday. And for anyone who's listening, if you're 33 or about to turn 33, it's a very, very powerful and magical.
I took my birthday this year very serious, or last year, I should say now. Yeah. I took it very serious. I said, I always said, I can't wait till I'm 33. Can't wait till I'm 33. And this is before my awakening. And so I just know that I definitely think I chose to come here to help. I know,
This
really,
is a
really
huge year, as I mentioned too, and
it's such a big year.
Maybe this is, the triples are supposed to all put our energies together and do something magical. I don't know what we're supposed to do. Crystal Rose is saying in the chat room, I turned 33 this year. There's another one. Sweet. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. Just always waking up around 3 to 4 o'clock. Always waking up. I know
that's when the veil's the thinnest.
And that's when you should really get up and listen, because
I get up and meditate. I will stop and meditate. I'll play with my little singing ball. Usually it's about, awkwardly enough, it's around 4:20 in the morning, and that's my time. I will always wake up somewhere around that time, and I've learned that's when my guides, that's when the veil's the thinnest, and I'll have some really interesting meditation experiences.
So you were saying at 3:30, you were saying something, and
who, me or?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I think when you wake up at that hour, you should not force yourself to go back to bed. And every time I force myself to go back to bed, I wake up, 4 hours later, tired, exhausted. I don't want to do anything. So
because you were off planet.
But I've been under, like I said, it's a legal battle, and I've been under just a lot of stress in this matrix realm that we are living in and everything. And I'm trying to deal with that and also deal with my awakening too. It's because, we all know that the awakening process, it's great because you're learning so much, but it can be a lot energy wise.
What's been like your biggest struggle so far?
Legal battle.
I guess I would probably say not being able to let go of some of the traumas in my past. I think that's probably, the hardest right there, is because once I became awoke, I started realizing, all right, I had a good childhood, but not, it could have been better. There was some things that I realized about, I've lost a lot of family members because of this. I mean, just the bad talking about me and things like that, it's really hard because I guess I'm feel alone. It's pretty much it. And
that's why we have this right here.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
You're not alone here,
I used to be such a big social butterfly. I went to Florida State University, FSU. I mean, one of the #1 social party schools out there. And I mean, I was always involved in extracurricular activities and socializing. And it's like, now that I'm awoke, I don't want to talk to anybody. And I'm like,
or party or
yeah, I was a frat guy. I'm not gonna lie. I was one of those guys in college, and now it's like, God, what the hell was I doing back then? You know?
I was.
Well, you find yourself listening a lot more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I may, what you guys will notice too, like if you're noticing the 222, the 333, the 1111, I get all those too. Every time you pick up your cell phone, no matter what time it is, look it up. You're going to be amazed.
Yeah.
I think
Oh,
those
yeah, same.
numbers are activation to waking you up to the rest of the numbers, the rest of the messages that they're trying to give you, because there's a lot more. So yes, we see the 333 and the 4 and the 555 and just the main numbers, but every single time you pick up your cell phone, whatever time it is, look up those numbers. Pay attention to your thoughts. They're trying to tell you something. Every single time you do it, you're going to be amazed. That's the next step.
I'm curious about the fraternity. Like every fraternity has their own fraternity prayer, right? So, and for example, I can tell you that the beginning of my prayer in the fraternity I was in is almost identical to the Freemasons' prayer. Almighty God, the great architect of the universe, the giver of all good gifts and graces, that was promised that when 2 or 3 are gathered together in thy name, blah, blah, blah. Was yours anything similar to that?
No.
Okay, just curious.
No, well, the thing is, so, you know, I made it all the way right before. I shouldn't say I was a frat brother, because I was pledging. And towards the end, right before Hell Week, for some reason, my mom called me up, and, you know, she supported me my freshman year in college. And after that, she's like, you're on your own after your freshman year. You know, I'll get you your dorm and everything. And she called me up and said, if you do not drop your fraternity, your dad and I are not going to support this freshman year. And, you know, they're divorced at the time, but, you know, they were talking still, and that was it. You know, they don't have much money. So for them to even pay for freshman year, to me, I said, okay, Mom, all right. That was it. So for whatever reason, divine intervention, mama, feminine energy coming in, you know, now I look back, and she wasn't awoke back then either, but something just told her to call me and tell me, if you don't, you know, drop this.
I
So
heard something.
Yeah. Just curious on that.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. How was your experience and yours, Greg? Like, just
the fraternity
prayer and
experience, I
everything.
loved it.
Yeah.
Partied my ass off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had a what's called, every fraternity has a sister sorority, and ours was Pi Nu Epsilon, and we'd have mixers with them, and it was fantastic.
Yeah, ours was Phi Mu. Ours was Phi Mu. We
fantastic.
had a sister sorority too.
Yeah.
And I still talk to them too. Afterwards, you know, I still kept in contact with some of the brothers, and they did. One of the brothers went off and he did great things. I mean, he became president of the university and everything. You know, they did really great things. But for whatever reason, my mom I don't know.
The thing I got the most out of that was how the initiation into secret societies occurs, because, you know, we even had, you know, a ritual that was called Pike's Peak, which was named after Albert Pike, Freemason founder. So our fraternity was, you know, heavily tied into Freemasonry, and it gave me an idea of, you know, what you have to go through in order to get in, and what, you know, like I said, our fraternity prayer is almost word for word, you know, of the Freemasons prayer. So
yeah, I got put into the Boy Scouts in Denver. I went to one of their dinners. I was intrigued, and, you know, they invited me to a dinner, and that was about it. And kind of, I don't think it was for me, but, you know, I was searching. I've been searching for the last 3 years, and
yeah.
And I know 33 is a big number in Freemasonry. So.
Yeah, that's where, you know, once you get above the 30th degree, that's where they turn to the Luciferianism instead of the Christianity. They worship Lucifer himself, and their motto becomes Ordo ab Chaos, which means order out of chaos. So, you know, that's what
I thought the 33 was they had committed murder at that point to hit a 33rd.
Wasn't that the year that Jesus died, supposedly? Wasn't it?
Yeah, that's when Christ died, 33.
Right, of course. So
Supposedly.
that's why they hold that number sacred too. It's another reason, right? So.
Yeah. That's the reason why I wanted to check check it out was because of 33. It was such a big number to me. I was just like, well, I know it's big to the Masons, so let me see what it's kind of all about. But I don't think they like me too much either. So just, but
I don't even remember what it was doing.
you know,
when I was
Marquis de
33.
Lafayette, he fought in the Revolutionary War with George Washington. He was a Freemason, and my grandfather's last name is Fayette, so we do have bloodline down to Marquis de Lafayette, who was a Freemason. One of the reasons why I was checking it out too. But
That's, that's interesting, because I wonder if you're here to heal that whole bloodline.
oh gosh.
Not that hard to do.
Amazing,
honestly.
amazing thought.
For
But
goodness, that's all you got to do.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, there's been a lot of chaos in my grandfather's side of the family since he's died. A lot of betrayal, a lot of hurt towards me, especially from my elders. My aunt's doing things that I don't understand why they're doing them to me, things like that, talking behind my back for no reason, little things like that, and they're grown adults, and so am I, but I'm still the youngin, I mean, to them, I'm the child still. And I wish they would kind of just remember that, that, things happen to people. Like I said, going through what I'm going through with United right now, people just don't understand the new Matt, but I think it's just the Matt who I've always been, and never really came out of my shell of who I really am until that major event happened on that flight. And I don't know, I think they're just trying to understand like where I'm at, but
they call you crazy, and then you're going to end up going to hell. That's what my family did to me.
Yeah.
My mom's always known that I was gifted my entire life, and she picks on me for it because she's a Christian, and because she only believes in the Bible and what the Bible says. And I don't know, I must be the devil or something, so it's very, when she listens, when they have conversations, everything is wow. And she'll look it up and for herself. And then with everybody else in the family, conversation is I'm crazy and I'm going to hell. So you know what? You just got to take the good with the bad. Healing the family bloodline, that's huge. That's huge.
It is.
People don't realize that it's all programming anyway. That's what you start to, when you delve into your own spirituality, that everything in this matrix we're born into is all programming. So
all of it.
We're all running programs. So it's like all our family members are, and it's like to break them, snap them out of that, to do a clean wipe and start out, it's very hard to start out from the beginning again, or
yeah. It's bad. I mean, my mom won't talk to her sisters right now just because of the way they've treated me and her over the last couple of years. And we were, they were doing good. They were doing good until my aunts pulled some things a few weeks ago before I came down to Florida, and then my mom said, "I'm done. That's it. You're my son, and I'm not gonna stand for this anymore. I'm not gonna talk to them." So it sucks. I mean, I love my family, but I mean, the definition of this insanity is trying to do the same thing over and over, expecting different results.
Yeah.
I mean, really.
You know what? Blood family is special, of course, but you know what? This family is also special. What we have right here. And,
I believe that. I absolutely believe that. I believe that we're here this is exactly what we're here for right now, is to find each other and to really, really help the collective, because, I really do believe that we've all chosen, star seeds like us have chosen to come here to help, not to, I don't think it was by accident. We
teach,
to teach,
bring awareness to others. That's what we're here for.
Yep.
Even with kids and their kids.
Bring the love, really, folks. Bring the love,
yes.
Bring the compassion, bring the respect, be the change you want to see. Yeah, that's it. That's the key right there.
I see we have a new person joining us, Catherine.
Hey guys,
I want to just say
Catherine.
goodbye. I got a really early day tomorrow. I love listening to everybody and talking to everybody.
All right,
And
brother.
namaste.
Yeah, namaste, man.
Hey, bro.
Have a good night, James.
Thank you.
So, hey, Catherine, thanks for joining
Hi.
us.
Hi, how's everybody?
I'm good.
Yeah.
Can't speak on behalf of everyone, but I'm going to. They're good too.
There she is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm awesome.
It's nice to see everybody, and I've been enjoying these chats lately. I've been feeling pretty isolated myself.
Where are you from?
I'm from Long Island, New York.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm also a contactee, so I've had a lot of experiences with different beings. And
Okay.
yeah, I heard a little bit of Mark, heard a little bit of your talk before. So
Thank you.
So did Mark inspire you to come on today?
well, well, actually a few people. I think everybody has, you know, important things to say, and
Yeah, everyone does. You're right.
absolutely. I relate to, you know, bits. I was listening to it, and then I was trying to figure out how to get on, and you know, so I was kind of going back and forth. But so yeah, I've been feeling a little isolated. Like I said, I don't know too many people that have had a lot of experiences with this stuff. So, but it, you know, I kind of know that I'm going to meet a lot more people, and I feel like now is the time, you know, where people are going to start getting together. I started a group about 3 years ago at my public library for experiencers. So I have a few people that come every month, like once a month we get together and we talk. And it's
That's
really
awesome. Anyone listening, this is a wonderful idea. If you're looking for other people, similar people that are going through what you're going through, listen to what Catherine's saying. Maybe start a
Yeah.
group up at your local library. That's great.
Yeah.
Continue, please. What a
Oh,
great
yeah.
idea.
Yeah, so I started it up about 3 years ago, a little over 3 years ago. And it's once a month, and we meet from like 7 p.m. till 9 p.m. And I have like a core group that's probably about 5 or 6 people that come every month. And then we'll have people that drop in, people that come once in a while, and then people that just pop in once. But we have a lot of interesting stories, and everybody's got, you know, different things going on.
How did
but-
you advertise for that? Were you able to advertise at the library, or did you advertise outside of the library?
I advertised for
Craigslist?
that through Meetup.
Okay.
So,
Oh,
yeah.
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 Good idea too.
Yeah, Meetup is good. And then my library actually, you know, puts it on their calendar for once a month.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, they changed the wording a little bit, and I think they did that because they're still not really on board with people that are experiencers, but I think they changed it to phenomena, which is okay.
That's okay.
I'm cool with it, you know,
Yeah.
because as long as people have that interest. I find some people come because they just have such an interest in it, but they're not aware of their experiences yet. So they could be, you know, having those experiences in the dream state or something like that.
Were yours
and-
in the dream state or the physical state, or both?
Well, mine started about 12 years ago. Actually, my like really big experience happened 12 years ago yesterday, to the day. And that one happened where I was asking to meet my spirit guides, and then a whole bunch of my spirit guides showed up, and I was introduced to them. But at that point, I started seeing a being from another planet, and I had like telepathy with an archangel, which I didn't know at the time, but I felt like he wasn't from this world. I felt like he was from somewhere else. And that's when I kind of started getting prepared, I think, like on a level where I could be introduced, or it was kind of like, it was like an initiation, I think I would call it an initiation. And yeah, so that's when I first started to really open up. But then over the years, I started to have a lot of different experiences with different guides and different beings. And
Have
then,
they given you any information about this year in particular, what to expect?
oh, this year, yeah, I feel like this year is going to really ramp up. Like there's going to be a lot of things that are going to happen. with the information I'm getting, because I channel a collective, and what they're saying, what they've been saying to me is that there's going to be something that happens, and people are going to be really like disoriented. They're going to be searching for truth. They're like they're going to feel like their world kind of turned inside out. Okay. And the ones that have gone before them, that have had these kind of experiences with consciousness and expansion of our consciousness, we're going to be able to kind of help them to, you know, stay calm, and, you know, to help them to understand what's really happening, you know.
And then they look at you like you're crazy.
Well, at that point, I think they're going to be looking for the calm in the storm.
Exactly.
I don't know if you saw the show or the video. You know, I'd had a New Year's Eve show, and then I did a quick recap of that video on In5D about something amazing is going to happen by the end of the year, right? And it was, I think the word I used was by the end of the year, it'll be the planet as you know it will be unrecognizable. And then 4 days later, Allison Coe did a show with James Gilliland.
I was just going to mention that to you, James. Allison, I was going to mention her research just now.
And then, and she said, to the exact word she said was not recognize. I used unrecognizable, and she said, you will not recognize this planet by the end of the year. So that was my confirmation of my New Year's Eve prediction that she said 4 days later. She got that from her first client of the year. So yeah, it's something huge is going to happen this year. We all sense it.
I
We all
saw
hear
her
it.
last summer over there at the ranch. I was there for her first conference appearance. It was really cool to see her tell about New Earth and lay it out to us. Yeah,
she's cool.
I actually do
dig Allison.
QHHT myself, so I'm familiar with it, you know. And Dolores Cannon.
Dolores.
Yeah, I love Dolores. I was really lucky to be able to train with her about 4 months before she passed.
Wow.
So yeah, I feel really, really happy about that.
I was lucky to interview her. Let me ask you though. All right. Excuse me. Earlier in the show, I was talking about this dream that I had, and I was like best friends with a red cardinal. What do you think that means?
Oh, you were best friends with a
red cardinal.
Oh yeah, we know. Yeah.
What do you think that means from your QHHT experience?
Well, well, Dolores comes in with the red cardinal a lot. Yeah. So she could have been paying. She could have been paying you a visit in this symbolic way. Yeah.
I interviewed her in 2013.
Yeah.
Oh
Radio,
wow,
so,
that long ago? I didn't
Yeah.
know. Jesus, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's amazing.
Yeah.
I actually had a past life with her. She was my mom in a past life.
Whoa.
Yeah. And it's really funny the way I became aware of that. About almost 4 years ago, I started to have a ton of UFO experiences over my house and everything here. And they started to come into my consciousness. So I was aware of who they were and, you know, who was flying over my house. So let's put it that way. And I had somebody come to me for a quantum healing, and she told me, because she was very open to the spirit world, and she goes, Dolores was our mom in a past life. And I'm like, I don't know, something about it sounded true to me. You know, she goes, we were twins, right? So I go, oh, okay, you know, something about that felt right, but I wasn't too sure. And then the next day I was putting together this little packet for my friend that I had met through this quantum healing. And in it, I picked up this coloring book, like, you know, those adult coloring books? Well, it had a cat on the front of it. It was like a feline. And some of the beings that started coming to me were, is my story too long, or should I go on?
No, not at all.
Some of the beings that were coming to me were feline beings. Okay. So at the time, I felt inclined to buy these coloring books for a couple of my friends. They had felines on them. So now, as I'm putting this little packet together for my friend with a candle and a couple other things, Dolores pops in my head, and she says to me, she goes, you know, Margaret was right. We, you know, you were my daughters, you were twins. And I said, oh, really? And she said, yeah. And she goes, I was a queen. And she goes, and it was during the Alexandrian times. She said she was in charge of the library, the Alexandrian library, but they had burnt it down. And all of this sacred knowledge was lost at that time.
Oh, so they
So-
say. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what they say.
Yeah.
So she told me this in my head. Now, as she's telling me this in my head, I'm like, oh, really, Dolores? Okay, so you're telling me you were a queen and I was your daughter, right? I was a princess daughter of yours, and Margaret was my twin sister. She's like, yeah. And as I said that to her, I flipped a page of the coloring book, and in the back page where my finger automatically went to was a feline cat with angel wings and all of these UFOs flying around it, right? Then my finger just automatically went to another page. There was a queen feline cat on the full page. Then my finger flipped to another page and there were 2 feline princess cats. I'm not even kidding you. Like, this was happening as I'm having the conversation with her. So she's like, I couldn't have made that. Like, there's no way I could have made it up. So I was taking pictures of it as I was doing it. And I was showing it to my
Yes.
friend because I was texting my friend at the same time, telling her Dolores is here. And she's saying that you were right, that we were sisters in a past life and that she was our mom and she was a queen. And it was crazy. And then it wasn't until about 4 months ago that I actually got some other form of confirmation that Dolores was in the Alexandrian library or connected to the Alexandrian library. And she was in charge of that library in some capacity. So there was
It's
an
funny
article
because-
or something that was written about it. And I was like, oh my God, I did, but she had come to me and said that to me. It was weird.
She talked about the Akashic records
Yeah.
too, Dolores, that all the time she refers to the Akashic records too during her talks. That's interesting that she was part of the library
Yeah.
too.
She, well, I mean, if you think about her, she was into sacred knowledge, right? And having people become connected to their higher self and going back into their either past lives or future lives or in between lives and connecting to that inner knowing and that healing that they're able to do just through their higher self. So it makes sense to me, when I look at that and I say, wow, because I feel like a part of her felt responsible because she wasn't able to protect that sacred knowledge. So then she came back in this lifetime to, help people come together to bring that sacred knowledge out again. But I feel like she'll be here again,
If you see her or have any contact with her again,
Yeah.
tell her that we all say thank you.
Oh, she knows. Let me tell you, Dolores is with everybody who does this kind of work. I've done group past life regressions where she literally shows up on my phone and with a full article about her, to let me know and to let the people in the group know she's here working with us. So she is on the ball. She hears you when you talk about her, when you think about her, boom, she's right there. So
That was one of the first things I thought about when I had that dream of this cardinal and I. We were best of friends and we're just walking down the street and we're interacting with each other. And I could just hold my hand out. The cardinal would fly right on it and just like look at me and laugh and fly away. And I'd chase it. It would chase me. It was such a great dream. And but the first thing I thought of when I woke up was Dolores Cannon.
Dolores, that was her. Absolutely. That was, if the first thing you get in your mind like that, the first knowing, that's it. You got it. That's
Catherine, have you ever looked up BAST? BAST. She was the ancient Egyptian goddess protection of cats.
Oh, the feline.
Second dynasty. Back in that era.
I've heard of her. Yeah.
Okay,
I
when
have,
you're talking
I have
about
a statue of Sekhmet is another one. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
when you're talking about Dolores coming in, being mother of 2 daughters, princess, she was a queen. Start looking up those stories. You're going to
Okay.
be amazed what you find.
And this is, and what
There's
is the
just
name?
there's some correlation there.
Fast.
Yeah.
BAST.
BAST.
Yeah.
BAST. Okay. And it's an Egyptian story?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's an Egyptian feline, right?
She's the guardian
Back
of
in the second dynasties. It was a long time ago.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well,
read
the
some of that
felines are
because
extremely evolved beings, and they're actually, Mother Mary and Jesus were actually feline at one point.
I think we all were.
Jesus was a lion being, and Mother Mary was a feline. And I actually had that, like, they showed me that in my head one time, you know, and then they gave me some confirmation with that too, like synchronicities and stuff that happen. But yeah, when the felines come in, their energy is so high that you're like, your whole body just feels like it's buzzing. It's like this buzzing sensation. And they come in with a lot of joy and bliss. So you just feel all this love. And like there's no way you can be afraid of them because they're just so loving.
So what other messages are you getting for this year, or by the end of the year, or in the future through your experiences or QHHT?
Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of the stuff that I'm feeling is through my own connection with the collective that I channel. So I channel my higher self, which they show me it's connected to all of them. So there's like many, and also my higher self, which is connected to source. So it's a combination of everything. But I'll see them every now and then when they come, when they want to like show me, who's around or whatever. But what the information that I'm getting, they're not giving me a
My
date,
camera's not even on.
but I feel like it's soon. I feel like something's coming soon.
Yes.
There's going to be something, and I'm getting like, I don't know if anyone else feels this way, but I'm like, oh my God, this is taking so long. Sometimes I feel like this is taking so damn long.
I know. I'm like, come on, hurry up.
already.
Hurry
Yeah.
up. We're waiting. We want to
I'm like,
help.
I'm
What can we
getting
do?
old. Let's go. I'm waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. Come on already. I don't know. If anyone else feels like that, just tell me, because I
do.
I do. 100%.
I'm like, how damn old am I going to be when this stuff happens? Come on already. I've been here my whole life.
Well, it's kind of happening now. I mean, there's so many things going on that it's all part of this transition and the chaos, this order out of chaos. That's, that I think that's part of the thing. Like, it's all chaotic, and some people just won't be able to handle it. They're just not handling it. And some of us, just try not to take it too serious,
Yeah. I'm hearing like we're going to see some major meltdowns. Like people are going to be just having meltdowns right in front of, like,
they're already,
they already are in California.
I've seen it.
Yeah.
We all got to stay strong because we're
yeah.
going to be the ones to lift them up. I mean, really.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what we have to keep remembering and reminding ourselves, is that, it's gonna be hard, but we're the ones that are gonna really need to help.
Yeah. And I hear a lot too, view it as an observer. You don't have to get in the middle of all of this crazy and drama and chaos. Just view it as an observer and just stay lovingly detached from it,
Well, they say that when the event does take place, that obviously people like us are going to be looked for help, and to protect your own energy and to bring your own self through what's about to take place before you help anyone else. It's kind of like being on an airplane and the oxygen mask comes down. You put it on yourself first before you help someone else. You have to make sure that you're grounded before you start allowing others to suck the energy. You know, you have to protect your energy as well. So, you know,
And self-healing is so important too right now. Like I feel like
yeah.
for myself, I'm just like I can't do enough and I can't get enough of this all different things I'm doing just, and the total focus is just on self-healing, self-love, you know, trying to, you know, just prepare myself because I feel like something big, really big is coming. That's just how I feel. I feel like something really big.
Oh, somebody's off to work.
Yeah, I have to get going because they're not that they're waiting for me, but they'll say I never came to work. It's my Friday too, so it's my last day of the week.
Oh, I thought you were talking about when you said they. I thought it was them.
Yeah, they're yeah.
No,
that
I used to no.
light
There's so
there.
much. There's so I'll in a future broadcast I'll talk about future live. I'll talk
All
about
right.
what I went through. Yeah, they literally came. I felt like Elliot and ET. They came right down to the ground level and were following me around. It's crazy.
I
Wow.
think
Yeah.
good episode, you know, just
That's
to do a little
cool.
show on experiencers.
I think that is so cool.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for joining us, Mark, and thanks for
Yeah, I'll mute my mic so you still get and I'll listen in.
Be
Thanks.
safe
All
out
right,
there.
brother. Take care, man.
All right. You too. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Bye, Mark.
Bye, Mark.
Bye, Mark. Okay, I got to weigh in here, folks.
All right, brother.
First off, Sekhmet and Bast. I use them in the South. Well, I shouldn't say I use them. I address them in the South. I give thanks to them for the bounty of passion, creativity, will, strength, and transformation. Transformation is from the Phoenix. Also a red bird, I'll add. And yeah, and I'm probably going to weigh out here pretty quick. So the Syrians are want to come in here. Kashala monate strulo manana papa tete patutata mamana. And all I can tell you about that is it's got some love in it. And yeah, much
And
blessings.
always use more love.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Can never be too much love, right?
No, not at all.
If you can, at least it'll just overflow to everyone else.
Well, look who finally showed up.
Yes.
I saw you sitting down there in Zoom. You just didn't turn the camera on.
Elena.
I was just sitting there not turning on the camera yet.
Yeah. I saw you there.
My sister sent me coffee, like from Africa, so I was making, cold brew, trying it before it's actually done, and chilling, listening to you guys.
Well, I figured, you had some reason why you weren't joining us, but you were listening.
Just having fun and listening.
You didn't hear us talking about you then, did you? Behind your back?
Did you?
No.
Did you talk about me? That would be
No,
cool.
we don't do that.
I would love that. I'll be famous more.
That's funny.
Well, I saw a squirrel recently, and it was like kind of following me, and then it stopped on a tree with food in its mouth, staring at me, just holding the food in its mouth. And I'm like, what are you gonna do with that food? Are you gonna eat it or what? And he's staring at me, so I'm like, oh, he wants to talk to me. And animals, they talk telepathically in pictures and emotions and feelings and images and stuff. And he was like, hey, and he had sent me like a picture of us cuddling and talking. So like soon in the future, he was saying, because I was like, what's up? What's going on with the world? I asked him. I was like, what's going on? He was like, soon we're going to be really good friends. And the humans and animals meeting, like in a big way. And that's just proof that all this healing the earth is going to happen. And we're going to talk to the animals about it maybe, and they'll give us, tell us what we
Like
need
that
to do.
dream I had with me and the bird being the best friends. That's cool. That you got a similar message.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah, we were like cuddling, like I was just petting the squirrel. We were friends and talking like yeah, he said soon we're gonna be a lot better friends. And
Yeah.
I was like, oh my gosh, okay.
Well, you know,
Confirmation.
animals are really evolved souls. They come to Earth. They're actually closest to the angels. So the angels are closest to source. And then there's the animals. And people kind of have it a little backwards because we think we're so evolved, but really the animals are so much more evolved than humans because they can connect telepathically. You know, they do everything by instinct
Oh
and
shit, they left. Okay.
and they're all pure love, you know. They really are.
Especially like we can see it easily in dogs and dolphins, but all the animals, even snakes and cats and everything, they have that intelligence, like deep care for each
It's
other.
a different level,
And
yeah.
yeah, they're more evolved than us for sure.
Yeah.
I think in some
it's-
certain way they're supposed to be here as animals. I don't think they're gonna be humans next. I think maybe some of them were humans before and now are animals, like my cat that found me out of nowhere. I think he wasn't always a cat. I'm convinced.
Yeah, they can
According
look
to
at
Dolores Cannon, though, Dolores Cannon said that you had to be you had to be a rock, you had to be a drop of water, you had to be a blade of grass, you had to be all this stuff. You had to be like every animal before you could become the human. And your last stop for many people was the dog right before you become the human, according to Dolores.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't go in order though, because we're those all at the same time, kind of too. Even if you were something that you liked once, couldn't you go back to being it? Like I feel like I was already a sun before or a star, and I definitely like was some
Oh yeah,
pure
yeah.
energy.
There are people that dropped
So I was
numerous dimensions to be here right now.
Yeah, I definitely feel like I went back in time to I lowered to be a human. Like I
Yeah.
did evolve past that and I was shining as a pure life-giving sun or something or a planet. I actually do
believe
have a
that.
memory of being a planet. Yeah, I was on Earth and I saw my face smiling like in a rock and I was just looking, I felt the feeling of the moss and just being in the inside of the core of what keeps the planet alive. And like, it's like exhilarating just being like that and stuff. So I feel like you can go back too and be something that you already went past. I don't know.
Absolutely.
Just for the fun of exploring the universe.
Or experiencing it. Yeah.
I've had people
Yeah,
in
it's just
this section that were actually rocks. And you know, I would have thought to be a rock, you would feel very constricted, but they were actually so happy and expanded. They were so filled with joy while they were a rock. I had one lady that was part of the sand on the beach, like she was a section of the sand, not just one little grain of sand,
Yeah.
but a section of sand. You know, it was
An
really
earth being, they're ecstatic, like their entire existence just existing is ecstatic. I saw like a whole little, when I was seeing that past life, I saw like a whole little edge of a beach and the sand went up into some rocks and some big rocks covered in moss and like the natural earth made a smiling face, like with its eyes closed smiling. And then I was like inside it and I just was like, oh, that was me as an earth being. And yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. I
Well,
think
listen,
the
folks.
suns and the sun love is coming back.
I love it. But we've been on for 4.5 hours. I'm probably going to wrap it up right now. And I just want to thank once again everybody for joining us here on In5D on Zoom, as well as on YouTube. I just want to once again say thank you for anyone has ever bought a shirt or plans on buying one at in5d.net. They're amazing shirts. You'll love them. And for any of our Patreon family that we already have, we welcome more. Please consider joining us there as well. It's been an amazing evening. Once again, I love these spirit chats where we can just come on and talk about anything and who knows where it's going to go. But it's always something fascinating. It's a pleasure bringing on new people that finally have the courage to come on and speak to us. And I know that there are people in YouTube land that will come on eventually, and we'll welcome you with open arms for that as well. So
Super cool.
Thank you for once again joining us. And until the next time, I'm sending you all infinite love and light. This is Greg from In5D.com. Namaste.
Thank you. It was nice meeting you guys. Namaste.
Thank you.
Thank
Buddy,
you.
take care.
Bye.
Namaste.
Bye.
Good night. Thank you so much.